All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. We're first going to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. As this is the first meeting of the Upper Darby Township Zoning Hearing Board for 2023, and we've had a change of membership, we are going to take the opportunity to reorganize this evening. The first item for reorganization is to see if there are nominations for the position of Chair of the Zoning Hearing Board.
I'd like to nominate Aaron.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion on that motion?
No?
We'll just see all those in favor of Aaron McPherson as chair.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Seeing none, I'll turn it over. Congratulations, Madam Chair. I'll let you continue with reorganization.
Yep. So the next position would be, I would make a motion to appoint Deb as the secretary.
I second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Congrats. And then we have the zoning hearing officer. We have another, I guess it's not a position, but designation for all three zoning hearing board members to be hearing officers. So I will make a motion for us to be zoning hearing officers.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes as well. So next we have solicitor announcements.
Thank you. In case there is anybody here, we did have certain hearings that may have initially been indicated prior to published notice that would be held tonight that will be held on February 7th. So if there's anybody here for these hearings, we will not be hearing the following cases this evening. And they include 12-1 of 22, New Hope property for 600 Garrett Road. 1-2 of 23, Drisk Kiarmaz for 4130 Garrett. 1-3 of 23, 4600 State Road LLC for 4600 State Road. 1-4 of 23, which is Vishwanathan Krishnan for 800 Derwin Road. 1-5 of 23, which is Innocent Onwubiko for 32 Kent Road. And 1-6 of 23, which is La Palma Produce Inc. for 404 East Baltimore Pike. So if anybody is in attendance for any of those applications this evening, those applications will be heard on February 7th in this room at 7 p.m. Moving forward are some announcements related to meeting procedures. So everyone is aware we have two applications tonight, 1-1 of 23 for 424 South Cedar Lane and 11-2 of 22 for 131 Copley. There are two ways to participate in tonight's hearing. The first is the most general, and that is public comment. Everybody is afforded the right to make public comment, which is the opportunity to make a statement in favor or opposed to any of the applications. We will ask for public comment at the end of each application presentation prior to the board taking its vote. The other way to participate tonight is if you feel that you have a particular interest in an application, you are an abutting neighbor or you're particularly aggrieved in some way related to an application, you can request party status from the board. That will afford you the opportunity. The board will ask you some questions to see if you qualify and if we confer that party status. And if you do receive party status, that will afford you the opportunity to participate more fully in the hearing. You can present evidence of your own. You can examine any witnesses. You can make argument, and you will be entitled to receive a copy of the board's decision and take an appeal. If you are requesting party status this evening, these forms are located on the front table by the door you came in, and we would ask that you fill out that form before the case you're here for is called, and to hand it up to on the dais so that we can have your contact information to alert you of any future hearings if the case is continued, or to provide you a copy of that decision once the board renders it. I believe that is it for me.
Okay, so we will start with our hearings. Our first hearing is Appeal 1-1 of 23. Hold on. Oh, yeah, 22, sorry. It's I had the wrong number. No, we're doing 1-1. Sorry. 1-1 of 23, application of Bernard and Ethel McGarvey for a variance from section 550-15D, table 4-2, to permit a side yard aggregate of 18 feet where the minimum aggregate is 22, the minimum aggregate of 22 feet is required. The property is situated at 424 South Cedar Lane in Upper Darby, PA. That's in the R3 zoning district and the 4th council district.
Is there something from the zoning officer?
I'm sorry, yes, there was anyone who has maybe a friend that's coming to access the ADA entrance. We have someone down there for about 10 more minutes, and then she's going to be coming up to the meeting. So if you know of anyone that needs that access, just let us know, and we'll send someone down there to let them in.
Before we begin, are the McGarveys here this evening? Okay, you can come up to the podium, and while you make your way up, we'll enter some exhibits on the board from the board. ZHB1 will be the application packet. ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. If we can have Mr. and Mrs., I'm assuming, I'm probably correctly, Mr. and Mrs. McGarvey sworn, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do.
Okay, if you want to present the information you have for your variance. If you want to present your case for the variance.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a 102-year-old house. I'm looking to add 3 feet onto my kitchen, a total of 54 square feet.
Okay.
It's coming in on the aggregate. I guess that's where I'm only going to have 18 left, where you're requiring 22. The kitchen, I need to extend it because I need to insulate it. The kitchen is not insulated. It's an old house. It's a stone foundation, terracotta block. So there's no insulation. The house, like I have photographs here and stuff of the thermostat in the house, the thermostat in the kitchen. It varies from 10 degrees, you know, down to 6 degrees difference every morning or at any stage of the day. I mean, you know, we've already upgraded most of the rest of the house. I was able to put insulation on the inside of the walls, like I studded them out and stuff. But if I do that to the kitchen, I'm going to make it smaller than it already is. I mean, I can't afford to take another 8 or 10 inches off it to put in proper insulation and stuff. I mean, we're not changing. The outside of the house is going to be, it'll have the same stucco, it'll have the same color. I mean, you know, it's all going to be the same. I'm going to close a window, I'm going to close a door.
So the existing house is
Yeah.
obviously what it is today. How far out are you bumping it?
3 feet
3 feet?
on just the back part of the house, on 17 feet of the house.
Okay. And do you meet the current, or does the current house meet the aggregate
Does
already?
the current house, there's parts of it does, yeah.
Okay.
Parts doesn't.
Yeah.
Question. Is the area in front of the kitchen on your first floor, the area in front of your kitchen, towards the front of the house, does that come out further into the side yard than your kitchen currently does?
Yes.
Okay. And will this addition come out the same amount of that?
No, the
or
addition's gonna come out beyond that about 13 inches.
So essentially, they're increasing the nonconformity by
By a
13
foot.
inches.
Yeah.
Any other board member have questions? Is there any public comment?
Where our both neighbors are here, you know, and
Yeah, they can certainly comment. They
they're
can come up.
fine, they're fine with.
Yeah, they can come up and,
Come on. They're fine with what's gonna, what we're proposing to do.
Can you please just state your name and your address?
Yeah, my name is Jay Gilbert. I'm at 424 Jay Kumar. I'll give my license plate easier for you.
Just 1 second.
Yeah. Thank you. So my name is Jay Kumar Gilbert, and I'm at 424 South Cedar Lane. What, 28? So they're at 424. So I'm right next to them. I got no objection in Bernie and Ethel extending their kitchen. It doesn't come anywhere close to my home, so I have no problem with that.
okay,
Are you,
great.
are you on the side where the extension will be?
He's
Yes,
on the side,
yes.
he's on the driveway side where it's coming out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well,
My name is Tony Long, and I live Tony, last name is Long. And I live at 420 South Cedar Lane, just on the other side of his house. And I had no problem with him doing it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It's only make the neighborhood better.
Thank you. So it sounds like that's it for, there's no other public comment. I will make a motion to approve appeal number 1-1 of 23. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right.
Good luck.
Okay, so we will move on to Appeal 11-2 of 22, application of Golden Mermaid, Inc.
Incorporate the notice.
Application of Golden Mermaid, Inc. / Kiteville Incorporated for an appeal from the zoning officer's September 8th, 2022 zoning enforcement notice and a determination that the use and configuration of the property is permitted in the R3 zoning district. Alternatively, the applicant requests a determination that the use and configuration of the property for short-term housing solutions for professionals is permitted by way of variance by estoppel, vested right, and/or equitable estoppel. Alternatively, the applicant requests a determination that, and a variance from Article 3, Section 550-8, that the use of the property constitutes a continuation of a pre-existing use on the property as a residential facility used as living quarters by unrelated individuals. Alternatively, applicant requests a use variance from Article 3, Section 550-8 to permit the property to be used as a short-term housing solution for professionals. The property is situated at 131 Copley Road in Upper Darby, PA. It's in the R3 zoning district and in the 7th Council District.
I'm going to enter an unfortunate amount of exhibits on behalf of the board. ZHB1 will be the application packet. ZHB2 will be the notice photos. ZHB3 will be notice of the November hearing. ZHB4 will be notice of the December hearing. ZHB5 will be notice of the January hearing. ZHB6 will be correspondence from E. Campbell dated November 16th, 2022 regarding entry of appearance and continuance. ZHB7 will be correspondence from the Township Solicitor dated December 7th, 2022 re entry of appearance and continuance. ZHB 8 will be correspondence from R. Sudol of Nolan Properties dated October 24th, 2022. ZHB 9 will be correspondence from J. Byrne dated November 14th, 2022, re-party status. ZHB 10 will be correspondence from the ZHB solicitor to J. Byrne, re the November hearing dated November 15th, 2022. ZHB 11 will be correspondence from the ZHB solicitor to J. Byrne regarding the November continuance dated November 21st, 2022. ZHB 12 will be correspondence from the ZHB solicitor to J. Byrne, re the December continuance and January meeting dated December 19th, 2022. ZHB 13 will be correspondence from E. Campbell, re waiver of MPC timelines dated December 9th, 2022. And then there's ZHB 14 will be correspondence from the ZHB solicitor to E. Campbell and the township solicitor regarding the December hearing. Before we begin the hearing, is there any parties requesting party status for this application or individuals regarding party status? I will note, I did receive the party status application from Mr. Gallagher on behalf of the township from Mr. Kilkenny's firm. So we have that. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Sir?
Please, my name's James Byrne, and I had the Jay Byrne that you
Yes.
got the correspondence from, and I did fill out an entry of appearance on behalf of
Thank you.
Nolan Properties as the general partner of the Felician Court and the Felician Court and the Actors Place Senior Apartments, which are adjacent.
Mr. Byrne, just to be clear, they are abutting, they're part of the same campus, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To the board, I would recommend that we grant Nolan Properties party status for this matter.
Sure, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Is there anyone further who would like to request party status? Sir?
Yes, Hafiz. Tunis. I live 5 minutes within the proposed location. You hear me?
Okay. I guess I'd have to ask the parties if there is any objection or questions for Mr. Tunis on his party status as an individual.
Oh, I live 251 Shirley Road, Abu Dhabi, PA.
And how far is that from the property?
Properties, according to Google Maps, is a 4 to 5 minute walk, depending on the time of the day. And if you do feel like it's your luxury to drive, it's between a 1 minute, 3 minute drive.
I understand that, but you're not within the zone, you're not within 200 feet?
I didn't make that determination. I just did the Google Maps.
No, well,
I didn't take a step and walk each step. It's kind of like the,
you're a 5 minute walk away?
3 to, depending on the time of day. Yeah.
For the record, I would object to his, I think he's welcome to offer comments, but I think you have to be within, I think, 300 to 500 feet in order to get party status, right?
We don't have a mailed notice distance in the township, but I understand your objection and we'll note it on the record.
They said it.
Uh,
I have to be a resident.
Mr. Gallagher or Mr. Byrne, do you have any questions or objections to Mr. Tunis's party status as an individual? Okay. To the board, I would recommend that we grant Mr. Tunis individual party status, noting Mr. Campbell's objection on the record.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Mr. Tunis will hold on. One at a time. Mr. Tunis will recognize you as a party. Ma'am?
I'm sorry, can you slow down, please? I'm sorry.
My name is Geraldine Goldman. Okay, do you need my address as well? I am representing Friends of Sellers Hall. I'm sorry. Friends of Sellers Hall, which is located at 7125 Walnut Street. It is a historical underground railroad location that has been established since 1684. And they are objecting to the process, the proceeding with the Copley address at 131 Copley Road.
And just for the record, what is the distance between Sellis Hall and?
Well, I'm here on behalf of them. They gave me information they wanted me to relay.
Sure, and we can get to that, but how close is
Oh,
the
I
are the
reside at
properties?
102 Hampton Road, which is literally right around the corner, if that's what you wanted to know.
So the organization you represent is on behalf of a historical property, correct? How close is that property to 131
I'm
Copley?
sorry, right within that area, in that parking lot, you have 131 Copley Road, you have Atkinson Place, you have Sellers Hall.
Okay.
Across from there, that sits back right across from St. Alice Church, is a historical Underground Railroad location.
And what is your position with the organization, ma'am?
I am a member of the board member as well, and I'm here representing the members that were not able to make it here.
Okay. Do you plan on asking questions or presenting evidence on behalf of the organization, or do you just wish to make a statement?
Asking questions as well, on behalf of the members of the Board of Sellers Hall, because they have questions as far as the zoning code, although it's R3. What they feel is they're trying to represent is a commercial property based on the way that it is advertised.
Typically, parties before this board, we require organizations to be represented by counsel. Otherwise, we consider it to be the unauthorized practice of law, and that is our practice here.
Okay.
If you were here to make a statement, I can permit you to do that during the public comment portion. But I cannot permit you to represent the organization without counsel, without an attorney, because you are an organization. So
Okay.
you're more than welcome to stay and present your comments to the board as
Organization, okay.
on behalf of the organization.
Okay, we're going to
And
leave
if
that
you want to
alone.
raise the questions as part of your comments, you can, but we're not going to permit you to ask questions directly of the witness.
Even though they relayed the questions to me, I'm not allowed to share them, but I can ask those questions
You can
when I give
present
my comment.
the questions to the board as part of your comment.
Okay,
Okay?
all right.
Ma'am, as an individual, how close are you to the
I
public
reside right at
property?
102 Hampton Road, which is literally right around the corner, no more than a block and a half, if that. I walk past there every day.
Would there be any objection from the other parties for Ms., is it Goldman?
Old man, yes,
To
G-O-L-D-M-A-N.
participate as an individual, since she lives in close proximity to the property?
No, I see no objection to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Goldman, we'll have you, and we have her address, Bridget, as part of the record. Okay. We'll allow you to participate as an individual, and since you are a member of that organization, you can
Okay,
ask questions related to the hall.
thank you.
Okay.
102 Hampton Road.
And until we get to you, could you please fill out one of those forms on the front
I have it, I
table?
just need to fill it out.
Oh, okay, great.
But I'm going to fill it out on behalf of myself as opposed to Friends of Sellers Hall.
Fill it out on behalf of yourself with your contact information, but if you want to note at the bottom that you're a member of the organization, so we have the organization name, I would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further requests for party status? All right, seeing none.
So I guess typically we first do the township would make their case on the determinations.
Yes.
Good evening, members of the board. My first witness, I would call James Gallagher. Do you need my attorney ID? All right. I'd call as my first witness Joshua Chast. Thank you. And if it would please the board, I would just forgo the fact that Mr. Chast is the zoning hearing officer. I can go through that if you would like, but.
We don't need a voir dire for that.
I did not think so. Mr. Chast, are you familiar with the property 131 Copley Road?
Yes, I am.
And why are you familiar with that property?
It's a property that I've visited several times and written a violation notice for.
And what first drew your attention to the property?
I believe we received a complaint, and then I was instructed by my director to pursue the complaint.
And when did you pursue that complaint?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but it is in my violation letter.
Fair enough. And have you provided that violation letter to all the, well, to the resident owner?
I believe, yes, they have it.
Okay. And it noted in that violation, did you suggest any corrective action or things that they could do to remedy those violations?
I did. I said they could come to the zoning hearing board and then
Okay.
sent them an application as well.
And what were the nature of the violations?
The nature of the violation was an non-permitted use in the R-3 zoning district.
And how were you able to determine that this was a non-permitted use?
I looked up the zoning for 131 Copley Road, R3, and then I checked within our zoning code the permitted uses for R3.
With regard to the property in question, though, how were you able to determine that it was a non-permitted use?
I was never able to gain access to the building, but one of our inspectors was and told us that it was an Airbnb style short-term housing.
Did you take any other investigative steps?
Yeah, I talked to the owner and manager.
And did they confirm that that was the nature of the property?
They did.
Okay. And within the zoning ordinance for Upper Darby Township, there's a list of permitted uses and special exceptions.
That's correct.
The use that you understand this property being used as, is that contained within that list?
If you don't mind repeating the question or the second half of your question, don't think we heard where you were going with that, so.
No, no promises that I will do it verbatim, but the question was, there's a table of permitted uses and special exceptions within the Upper Darby Township zoning ordinance. Was the property being used in conformity with that table?
No.
Okay. And after they received the notice of violation, did they take any corrective steps, or did they ever notify you that they had made any corrective action?
They submitted an application for zoning. They did not correct. The use is continuing today.
Okay. And what, if anything, in terms of a remedy, would you seek or would you ask for the owner to comply with in order to abate this violation?
They would need approval from the zoning hearing board, or it would need to be converted to an R-3 permitted use.
And off the top of your head, do you know what those permitted uses are?
In the R-3, it's single-family residential, twin, semi-detached, and two-family semi-detached, and attached, and two-family attached.
Now, do you understand the purpose why this is an R3 residential district, or what the purpose of an R3 district is in general?
I can't read it verbatim, but the code does have an intent section for R3, but the intent is to provide single-family residential dwellings in a higher density than some of our other districts.
Would this current use be in line with that purpose?
It would not.
It would not. Would it directly impact that purpose negatively or positively?
I'm going to object unless there's a foundation for the officer to make that conclusion.
Any response?
He is tasked with determining why there are violations and how those violations can be corrected. He can propose these things to the board, certainly, but he is the one who has to give the notice of violations and citations. So if he feels that under the code that the proposed use or the use that is not permitted, or even a special exception of some sort, is negatively impacting a community, he should be able to inform the board of why he believes that is the case. I think he has the ability, the requisite knowledge and skill to do so.
Typically, that's an expert opinion offered by a planner. That's just preserved by the planner.
Yeah, I'm actually going to sustain the objection. I think it's beyond the scope of the zoning officer.
Thank you. Mr. Chess, can you tell me anything else about the property, its current use or its previous use that would be informative for the board to help it make decision tonight?
I believe it was previously used as a rectory for the church.
Correct.
That is no longer there,
Okay.
or a
And-
convent,
Or a convent?
a rectory or a convent. Sorry, I use them interchangeably, but they're not interchangeable.
Let's clarify that,
Okay.
because they are two different things. Do you know the difference between a rectory and a convent?
I believe one's for priests and one's for nuns. Is that not correct?
Well, let's say, with some lenience from, it was a
The rectory is
county.
for priests and convents are for nuns.
And the board will take notice of that as well.
Fair enough.
We're good.
I didn't want to get too in the weeds onto that. And that was being used in conjunction with another building or anything like that?
I believe that was used in conjunction with the St. Alice Church when it was still there.
And is that church still in existence? It's still operating?
It might still be operating, but not at that location, or at least not to my knowledge.
And as far as you're aware, the property at 131 Copley, is it being used in conjunction with any religious or nonprofit or anything like that type of use?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, thank you. And I don't have any other witnesses.
Other stuff to do before we get there.
I'm jumping the gun, I apologize.
Would appellant's counsel like to take cross-examination?
Thank you. If the board would permit, I'm going to show the witness that some exhibits of an exhibit package, if I may approach and provide you with that.
Sure.
And I've given a copy to Mr. Byrne, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Tunis. So for the record, I came to the court reporter, a pre-labeled set of exhibits, number 1 through 13. I handed that to the 2 individuals who've been recognized as parties. I've handed up to the board and counsel for the 2 other objectors also have a copy. And forgive me, your last name is Mr. Chast, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chast, for your testimony. A couple of questions. Can you tell me what you did to prepare for tonight's hearing?
To prepare for tonight's hearing, I met with, as my capacity as a witness, or as a capacity as a zoning officer, because that's a lot of steps. But as a witness, I met with my attorneys, or the township's attorneys.
Sure. And I don't want you to tell me anything that the township's attorney told you. Did you look at any documents to prepare for tonight's hearing? Excuse me?
Oh.
I hear someone in the back would appear to be couching.
Yes,
Coaching.
I've seen the documents.
Okay, so you saw my client's application?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Did you review or look at anything else in preparation for tonight's hearing, if you recall?
Yeah, as I recall, no, but we'll see.
Okay, fair enough. So so if you look at Exhibit 12, that's your zoning enforcement notice, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Before you wrote that, you said you sent, you weren't able to get access, but an inspector went out. How many inspectors went out between the time you got the first complaint and you wrote the notice, the enforcement notice on September 12th? I'm sorry, September 8th.
How many inspectors, I'm not sure. I only know of one that was able to gain access. I know myself and our director once went to try and gain access, but we're only able to see from the outside.
And who is that inspector?
That inspector was Steve Hess, Inspector Hess. Steve Hess.
And do you know when the Inspector Hess went to this property in relation to when you issued your letter?
It would have been maybe a week or two before, give or take.
Do you know if he prepared a report?
I don't. I do know he had pictures, though.
Okay. And he provided you with them?
He showed them to me. I don't have them.
Before you issued your enforcement notice, did you look at the file that relates to this property?
I did.
Okay. So if you look at Exhibit 1, I'm sorry, if you look at Exhibit 2, Exhibit 2 is an application for a business permit and it's, I think, 5 pages long. It's dated on the 3rd page. I'm sorry, it's not dated. There's a dated marked on the 1st page of April 24th, 2020. Do you recall looking at this business permit before you issued your violation notice or your enforcement notice?
Yes, I had seen this business permit.
Okay, so you would agree with me that sometime in April, it would appear, my client submitted this in relation to the property, correct?
Yes.
And on page 2, about the middle of it, the question is asked in the application, what type of business will this be? And on the application, my client indicated short-term housing solution for professionals, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this application identified the property in question, 131 Copley, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could go to Exhibit 3. That's a letter from Upper Darby Township to my client, Budo Bono, dated May 18th of 2020. Do you know who signed that?
Yes, that is our former director, Chris McSween.
I'm sorry, who?
That is our former director, Chris McSween.
Okay. And to your recollection, this is dated May 18th, 2020, and the date on the business permit application is April 24th of 2020, so approximately 3 weeks. Are you aware of any other communication between the township and my client in that period of time?
I was not here at the time, so I am not aware of anything.
From your review of the file, are you aware of any communication in between the time my client applied for a business permit and the time he got this letter dated May 18th?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. So fair to say if there was some significant communication, it probably would stick in your head, right?
Yeah, if there was, or if it was in our files.
So if we look at Exhibit 3, on the very top of it, what does it say?
At the very, very top,
Yeah,
the certificate of use permit.
right. And it's on Upper Darby Township letterhead, right?
That's correct.
And it's addressed to my client at his Ardmore address?
That's correct.
And the location referenced is 131 Copley Road, the property that we're here about tonight, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the use or purpose identified on this letter is short-term housing solution for professionals, correct?
That's correct.
And the last thing was, well,
What's the basis of your objection?
I think that the license is issued with, in response to the application that was made before, and it doesn't, the application doesn't talk about use, it talks about a business, what type of business would be there. It says short-term housing for professionals. It doesn't say what kind of use. All
I
I'm
believe
saying
that,
is
go ahead.
my response is, I want to make sure I understand that the zoning officer reviewed this, and this letter to my client says use, certificate of use permit, and the use that's identified is short-term housing solution for professionals.
Just so I understand, but your question is, what does this paper state, correct?
Correct,
Yeah, objection overruled.
yeah. And this is in the file, correct?
Yes, this should all be in the file.
Okay. What does the first sentence of the letter read?
The above use is permitted under the township zoning code.
Okay. Is there any other use other than short-term housing solution for professionals identified on that exhibit?
There is not.
Okay. So do you think it's reasonable for someone reading that, thinking that the above, when it's written, the above referenced use is permitted under the township zoning code, they're in fact referring to the use that's stated above?
Objection.
What's the objection?
The objection is you're calling for hearsay. You think whether somebody else thinks it's reasonable or not reasonable. I'm not asking for hearsay. This is the zoning officer. This is a document from the township clearly related to this. I want to understand what the purpose of this letter is, if this zoning officer knows it.
That's a different question that was asked, though.
Sure.
I think the question that was asked was, would it be reasonable for someone else?
Mr. Campbell, can you please just rephrase the question?
Sure.
Thank you.
This letter which begins the above referenced use, and use is in capital letters, correct?
That's correct.
Is permitted under the township zoning code. Does that refer to short-term housing solution for professionals noted above?
That would here.
Yes. In this letter, that's what it.
In that letter, that's what it refers to.
Okay. So is it fair to say that, and what was this man's title again?
Chris McSween, he was the director of L&I, and he was also the zoning officer.
So the zoning officer at the time wrote to my client and wrote that short-term housing solution for professionals is permitted under the township zoning code at this property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in May of 2020?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could go to Exhibit 4. That's also a letter written to my client, except for it's 2 days later, correct? May 20th?
Yes,
And this is written by a different member of the township staff, right?
that's correct. This was our assistant director at the time, Ryan McCann.
And he writes to my client and advises that the following issues must be addressed before the building is legally occupied. It must conform with the Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code, and then it lists a building permit, correct?
What do you mean when you say it lists the building permit?
Well, it says number one, there's only one bullet point.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right? And it
Yes,
begins, it explains that building permit is required, right?
Mhm.
And the last part of that notes that the previous use of the space was a convent, correct? We already covered that, but
That's correct. Yeah.
Mr. McCann knew that back in 2020, correct?
Appears so. So,
Okay. And the sentence below that in this letter says, any approvals received with this correspondence are for zoning compliance only, correct?
correct.
Okay. We go to Exhibit 5, which is a single-page building permit application dated August 4th of 2020. That's when it was submitted. Is that also in the file?
Yes,
Okay. And I called out separately on Exhibit 6, the floor plans that were attached with the building permit. Have you seen the floor plans associated with this site?
until this point, I had not reviewed them.
Okay. But they are in the file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So did you ever review the plans that were submitted by my client for any of the permits that my client received? Let me,
Yeah.
prior to writing your letter September 8th, 2022,
Mhm.
enforcing the enforcement notice, did you review any of the building plans that were part of the?
I looked through everything in the file to see if there was some type of previous zoning decision made.
In terms of the plans, though, did it appear that my client was ever going to change the configuration of the building? We'll go through it. There are a lot of other permits that were issued for this building, right?
That I'd have to check.
Okay. This is Exhibit 6 is 1, 2, 3, it's 4 pages long. And I've blown up on the 4th page a notation that appears on all 3 of the building plans.
That's correct.
Have you ever seen that stamp before?
Yeah, this was our old code inspection agency. This was our third party that would review plans for building code compliance.
So when a client, or a property owner, like my client, came in and submitted plans for a permit, you sent them out to a third party.
Yes, the
township
township
did.
would send them out, yeah.
And that person reviewed them, and then they noted each of the pages of the plans with a notation that appears on the 4th page of Exhibit 6, correct?
That's correct. This is a review for building code.
Right. So this would appear that the third-party reviewer, the township's consultant, signed off and approved the plans that were submitted for building permits, correct?
That's correct.
And do the building permit plans show a change of any of the interior of the convent?
Yeah, that's something I can't answer at this time.
Okay.
I need much longer to review.
Okay. Let me ask it a different way. The inspector that went to the property and reported back to you did not tell you that my client should be noticed with violations for any inconsistency with any of the permits that they previously received other than the use issue, correct?
He didn't mention that, yeah.
And you presume, what kind of inspector was he?
He's code enforcement officer,
So
and he
you-
does, yeah.
You would presume that if he saw something grossly inconsistent with the permits that are in your file, he would have reported that as well.
Yeah, he wasn't a building inspector,
Okay.
so
There were
he
no
w-
other code violations that he would have reported to you.
that's correct, he would have.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to go to Exhibit 7, which is actually 3 pages in length. And the top 2 are entitled Building Permit. Can you take a look at them? I don't know why the township issued 2. They appear to be identical to me.
One's the applicant's copy, and one should be posted at the operation.
Got it. And this would appear to be the issuance of a building permit on November 4th, 2020, correct?
Yep, this would be printed out with the previous one that we saw.
And the third document that's part of, the third page of Exhibit 7, on the very top, it says Certificate of Use, correct?
The third document, yes.
And it also appears to, other than that notice, appears to direct the client to comply with the Uniform Construction Code in the construction that they're undertaking, correct?
Yes.
And who signed these permits?
Chris McSween, the former director.
And do you understand it that by issuing these permits, Mr. McSweeney was authorizing my client to do the work consistent with the plans that were submitted with the building permit application?
I mean, I can't speak for Mr. McSween.
But from your review of the file, you would presume that my client was authorized to do this work, right?
According to the permit, yes.
Yep. Can you go to Exhibit 8? Exhibit 8 is also 3 pages, and they appear to be 3 letters, all dated November 9th. And again, I think it's the same, the first 2 appear to be identical. On the very top, these are electrical permits, correct?
Correct.
And the third one is a plumbing permit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my client was authorized to do the work for building, electrical, and plumbing that's reflected in these permits that are Exhibits 7 and 8, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you could go to Exhibit 9. This is a 5-page exhibit, which appears to be a fire alarm or a fire safety certificate. On the 5th page, it's dated 8/23/2021. That's a little unusual in that the top of it says City of Philadelphia, but I've seen that before in other communities. The township uses a third-party inspector for life safety fire issues?
That's a better question for our director.
Okay. You have no reason to believe that this wasn't properly issued to my client, correct?
I really can't speak on this application. I've never seen it. And I'm not familiar. I don't work with it in a day-to-day. Sure. Yeah, this is a form I'm not familiar with.
Okay. Can you go to Exhibit 11?
Sure. The certificate occupancy?
Correct.
Okay.
And that is exactly what you just described, right? The certificate of occupancy?
Correct.
Now, it appears to have a date of October 6, 2020. I will tell you that my client, when he testifies, will testify that that date is an error. It was actually on the October 6, 2021. Do you have any reason to believe that this was not, in fact, issued on October of 2021?
I wasn't here, I couldn't say.
Well, would it be unusual for the certificate of use and occupancy to be issued before all the work is done that was required by the permits?
It would be unusual for an occupancy to be issued before the project was completed.
Correct. And based on your review of the file and your discussion with the inspector, the work, in fact, was completed, correct?
All I can say is that they issued occupancy. I'm not the inspector. I didn't inspect it for compliance. I don't see any inspector's notes on here.
Okay. But you agree that they issued a certificate of use and occupancy in October of 2020?
Sure.
Right. And approximately 2 years elapsed between the time that occupancy, I'm sorry, a little more than 1 year elapsed from the time that occupancy permit was issued and your zoning enforcement notice, correct? It's either 1 or 2 years.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Mine was issued September 8th of 2022.
Yep. So you talked about the fact that it's a convent. None of the building permits that were requested, none of them were to change this from a convent where unrelated people live to a single-family home, correct?
I mean, the permits were to change it from a convent to short-term rental or professional rentals.
Okay. But that means not to change it to any of the other uses that you identified that which would otherwise be.
Sure, right. It wasn't changed to, single family or any of the permitted uses.
That wasn't hidden though, right? I mean, the applications for permits all clearly made clear that the place was being improved, but it was going to be for, as we described, individuals coming, living temporary housing.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And that they would be unrelated.
Correct.
Okay. And that they would share facilities inside the building.
You could assume that possibly based on the building plans.
Right.
I don't know if it's explicitly stated anywhere in the application or the use permits.
Right. But it's not like they're adding bathrooms and kitchens to every room, right?
Correct. It was not an apartment.
Right. Right. The inspector didn't advise you of any other violations at the site?
I can't remember at this time, but my concern would have been with the zoning violation as the zoning officer.
You're not aware of any other violations related to a building code for the property, are you?
Again, I don't do building codes, so from my standpoint, I don't know.
Yeah, but saying you're not aware of you're not aware of my client receiving any notices for violations, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. The convent would have been a non-conforming use, right?
The convent? Yes. Well, I'd have to, I think I need to look at the code real quick, but as an accessory, it was I think I would need to look at the code.
Okay.
But it was an accessory to the church use.
Okay. Those are the questions I have for Mr. Chase. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne?
Thank you. Sir, could you turn to exhibit, in the exhibit package you have there, exhibit number 12, please?
Mr. Byrne, if you won't mind coming up to the podium to use the microphone. Thank you.
Easier, I didn't think of that.
We try to make things easy around here.
Thank you. So, sir, do you have exhibit number 12 in front of you?
I do.
Okay, and let's start first with just the exhibit itself on the top. That's issued by the Upper Darby Township Department of Licenses and Inspections. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it says so really boldly at the top, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, it has the address and the phone number for Upper Darby Township, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it also has a seal on it, on the letter, is that right?
Correct.
And that's the seal of Upper Darby Township, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it's called an Upper Darby Township Zoning Enforcement Notice, correct?
Yes.
And you issued that correspondence, correct?
Correct.
And it says that the property owner is notified that the property referenced above, in which you are the owner, is in violation of the following, and then it goes on to say Article 3, Section 550.8 or -8. Properties located in the R3 zoning district, group homes, assisted living facilities, boarding homes, multifamily housing, hotels, recovery homes, or any other use other than single-family residential dwellings or residential duplexes is strictly permitted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that language you made up?
No,
Where does
that's,
that language come from?
it comes from the code.
Okay, and that's a provision in the code, Article 3, Section 550.8,
That's correct.
and that's a verbatim,
No, I don't think it's verbatim. Because 550-8 is our section we use for general use violations.
okay?
Because it's a table, so you couldn't stick a table in a
So
letter.
so where did the language come from?
The language came from me going through the table and pulling out what is approved and what is not approved.
Okay. Is there an intent section in the R3 zoning district?
There is.
And do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I can pull it up. Do you want me to read it verbatim?
Please.
Sure.
And tell us what the number of that code is. And
So this is 550-15. Intent, the R-3 is intended to maintain the medium intensity character of the neighborhoods with single-family and two-family detached dwellings and single-family and two-family attached dwellings, providing transitional neighborhoods between the single-family and multifamily neighborhoods.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit about a convent, okay? You had a little bit of confusion as to the difference between a convent and a rectory, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you did say later on that a convent was an accessory use to the church and school, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know what a convent is generally?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what it is.
It's a shared space that's used by the religious priesthood
Okay. Or sisterhood?
or sisterhood, sorry.
And in this instance, St. Alice was a Catholic church at the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there were nuns that lived in the facility?
From what I understand.
Okay, and they lived in the rooms in that building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did those nuns pay rent at the amount of $39 per night?
I don't know. I assume not.
Okay. Do you know if they paid rent at all?
I wouldn't know. I assume not.
Okay. Do you know how long nuns would be stationed there? Was it for one night or 2 nights, or was it a longer term?
I don't know, but it's assumed it was long-term.
Okay. And the nuns taught at the school, correct?
Yeah, probably. I do not know.
Now, let's take a look, if we could, at exhibit number 2. And if you would go to it says business permit, is that right?
That's correct.
And if you go to page 2 on that application, correct? You see that, page 2?
Yes,
And just to give us a reference, there's a star next to a phone number on that page, correct?
correct.
Right, and take a look, if you would, at the second, or I guess it's the third set of shaded blocks, where it says, what type of business will this be, correct?
Correct.
And what's the answer that's there?
Short-term housing solution for professionals.
And that's it, right?
That's it.
There's no other description there, is there?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's no other description on this whole permit, is there, application?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the term short-term housing solution for professionals?
This was the first time I'd heard it.
When you say this was the first time, when I just said it, or?
No, sorry, I'll clarify. Reviewing this application was the first time I'd heard it.
Okay. Have you reviewed the Upper Darby Township zoning ordinance?
I have.
Have you reviewed the provisions of the R3 zoning ordinance?
I have.
Okay. And anywhere within the Upper Darby Township zoning ordinance, is there a provision for short-term housing solution for professionals?
There is not.
Anywhere in the definitions?
No.
Okay.
Not that I recall.
Are there provisions in the Upper Darby Township zoning ordinance for motels?
For motels?
Yes.
That I don't know offhand, but could certainly look up.
Do you know if there's any motels in the town?
I don't, we have hotels, but I don't believe we have any motels.
So you do have hotels?
We do have hotels.
And they're permitted use in the town?
In certain districts, yes.
Okay. And do you know where they're permitted?
Again, I can look it up.
Okay, but it's in the ordinance.
Right, there's certain districts that are permitted. That's correct.
Okay.
Overlays.
If the board, please, I'm going to ask, and maybe this is not the appropriate time to do it, I just don't want to forget, that the zoning ordinance be made part of the record, the complete zoning ordinance for Upper Darby Township.
We take notice and it's included in the record already.
Thank you. Thank you. So tell me about now let's talk about the R3. We said in the whole ordinance, there's no short-term professional, no use of short-term housing solution for professionals, correct?
Correct.
And in the R3, there's nothing like that either, is there?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's take a look, if we could, at Exhibit 3. Now, there were some questions asked you about this exhibit, correct? The certificate of use permit?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me, that this correspondence is dated 5/18/20, right?
Yes.
Does it have an approval date on it?
It does not.
Does it have an entry spot there for approval date?
It does.
And what does the approval date say?
000000.
Okay, and it says, and it does say use or purpose, short-term housing solution for professionals, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's all it says, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no other description of that type of use?
That is the only reference to the use.
Okay, and we've already agreed that there is no such use under the Upper Darby Township zoning ordinance?
That's correct.
Let's go to exhibit number 9, please. Have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what the header on exhibit number 9 is.
City of Philadelphia Department of License and Inspections Annual Certification for Fire Alarm Systems.
Okay. And is there a seal on that?
Yes, it says seal of the City of Philadelphia.
Okay. That's not a document created by Upper Darby Township, is it?
It is not a document created by Upper Darby Township.
The documents that were created by Upper Darby Township have the Upper Darby Township, and there's several of them in this package, right, that have the Upper Darby Township logo on the top, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know who Bing Deng is from 708 Conshohocken State Road, Bala Cynwyd, PA?
Bing Den. I don't think so.
Okay.
That's you. Okay.
Let me ask
Your
you, if I
contractor.
could, to go to exhibit number 7.
Okay.
Have that in front of you?
Yes.
And up at the top, it has the Upper Darby Township logo again, correct?
That's correct.
With the seal?
Yes.
And this also says certificate of use, right? I'm sorry, is that what it was? I'm sorry, I went to page 3, I'm sorry. I put.
Yes, that also
I
says
didn't give you to the right page. You have that with you? It says certificate of use?
Yes.
And when it says certificate of use, there's a description there of the use, is there not? It says use/purpose?
Yes, it says fit out,
Okay.
paid online.
So this is for a fit out,
Mhm.
and it was paid online?
That's correct.
So was the application created online as well?
No, the application was handwritten.
Okay. In any event, the use or purpose was fit out, is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you go to exhibit number 6, please? No, 6, please.
Sure. Okay.
And Mr. Campbell asked you some questions about these plans, correct?
That's correct.
And in particular, he asked you, if you go to the last page of that exhibit, Builder 360 LLC. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it says Code Inspections, Inc., correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then if you look at it, it says building, and then it has Frank Torscher. Is that correct? See where I am?
Yes, correct.
And the date is October 22nd, 2020, right?
Mhm.
Do you know who Frank Torscher is? Maybe I'm slaughtering that name, I'm sorry.
I don't know him personally. I assume he's someone that at this time worked for Code Inspections Incorporated.
Okay. Who is Code Inspections Incorporated?
They are a third-party code inspection agency that at this time reviewed building plans for Upper Darby Township.
Okay. And if you take a look at what it says above that, it talks about Code Inspections, Inc., right? And then it has Commonwealth of Pennsylvania TPA certification number A16, right?
Mhm.
And then after that, what does it say?
These documents have been reviewed and approved for compliance to the PA UCC Act 45 or 1999.
Okay, so what is PA UCC Act 45 of 1999?
Not my field, but I believe this is a reference to the construction code that Upper Darby has elected to follow.
Okay, so it's a uniform construction code, right?
That's correct.
So that's totally different from the zoning, right?
That's correct.
Because you're the zoning officer and that's the construction.
Correct.
The two are not the same, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Sorry, I had this in my hand 1 minute ago. Okay, let's look again at that exhibit number 9, if we could. If you go to the last page, right before the exhibit 10 tab.
Okay.
And that calls for comments, is that right?
Yes,
And it says, get the fire alarm system tested and certified every year, is that right?
that's correct.
And then it says, keep the fire alarm system certification on site for at least 3 years, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a disclaimer, isn't it? Isn't there?
Yes,
And it says Forever Electric LLC, also known as company, only certifies that the fire alarm system operated properly at the time of inspection. We make no warranty, either express or implied, that this certification will guarantee that the system will stay in proper working condition or meet the criteria of this document for any length of time whatsoever, right?
correct.
And then it goes on with similar type language with respect to floods and tornadoes and things that they would be outside of this inspection, correct?
Correct.
But this inspection has nothing to do with a zoning use, correct?
That's correct.
This is just somebody going in and saying, does that fire alarm work? You know, yeah, it works today.
That's my
Better
understanding.
keep it on for the next 2 or 3 years, right?
That's my understanding.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Where are we? Mr. Tunis, any questions for the zoning officer?
Thank you, zoning hearing board. Please bear with me, Mr. Chast. I'm not as well versed as the previous speakers that spoke prior to me. Sorry, just trying to find my notes that I was taking here. Okay. Just some of this may be a recap. I apologize. I'm trying to get everybody here on time, out of here on time. So, to your knowledge, back to Exhibit 9, right? To your knowledge and experience working with Upper Darby Township, do we have any templates or do we use any templates from the city of Philadelphia? Or have you seen any annual certifications for fire alarm systems that came from Upper Darby that may have had the city of Philadelphia as the title? Is that normal in your experience here?
From what I've done, it's not. I mean, this might have been acceptable at the time. I can't say I wasn't here.
Okay, let's just kind of touch on the time.
Yeah.
At the beginning of this. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director McSween is no longer with the township, right?
That's correct.
And who's the current Director of Licensing and Inspection?
The current director is Dan Knowles.
Okay, thank you. Have you, you also stated that, and I believe there's an exhibit where you submitted a notice that they had to seize the business
Which
or
notice?
seize the use of the business?
Yes.
Exhibit 12.
Yes.
And you stated that they continued?
It is continued, yes.
It's continued.
Mhm.
What's the violation if someone's asked to seize? I'm sorry, were they extended by the zoning hearing board?
Yeah, so we've been extending it for, I forget how many exhibits we put in, but it's been a couple months now.
Answer your question, Mr. Tunis, when a zoning enforcement notice is issued,
Yeah.
any enforcement of that notice is told while, if the property owner, or in this case, Golden Mermaid and Kiteville, appeal the decision of the zoning hearing board.
Yeah.
So all enforcement just pauses until the resolution of these proceedings.
Totally understand. And,
Can I just check if I left my pen up?
oh, I'm sorry. Here you go, boss.
Thanks, thank you.
Okay, and have you seen any advertisements or the property listed for to book anywhere online, newspaper?
Yeah, I think I did have, I think somebody did send me an Airbnb listing.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, and this is just my adjective, you don't have to use this. There was a very vague term for the use of purpose, which is short-term housing solution for professionals.
That's correct.
Okay, and do you know are you aware of the average rate to stay at this location?
I am not.
Okay, are you also aware that on online when they posted on Airbnb, they also say that long-term stays are allowed?
I was not.
Okay. When people normally apply for, let's just say, a short-term housing solution for professionals, um, do you interpret that in any time as it being long-term?
I wouldn't. I would interpret it to be short term.
Okay. There's also adjacent properties, Elysian and now the newly renovated Atkinson Place. To your knowledge, and you and I are around the same age, so you may not remember this, but if correct me if I'm wrong, and you may know as well, when Elysian, they went through zoning to have that property there, right?
That's correct. There was a zoning application made and they were granted to have high density senior living.
And were they already operating prior to applying, or do you know those details, or they applied?
Based
Then-
on the lack of zoning enforcement, I assume that they started operating after they got their zoning approval.
So after they got their approval?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, you said the covenant was previously an accessory to the church?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, is this an accessory of any one of the adjacent properties?
It is not, to my knowledge.
Okay, and you mentioned that you don't really deal with the building codes or anything.
That's correct. Yeah, our building code officer, also our director, Dan Knowles, mostly deals with the building codes, and we also have a couple inspectors with different certification levels.
Okay, when you went to visit the property to give the notice, what condition was the exterior of the property in?
It was mostly fine. There was nothing, there was no, I don't recall anything too notable.
Okay, and were you able to view the parking lot
Yes.
adjacent to that property?
Yes, we were more focused on
The
the
zoning?
entry, yeah.
I totally understand.
Trying to tell
I
what
do
the building was from the outside.
I do apologize, and I'm simply just trying to finish up here. Okay, so I guess the rest of my questions are for the party. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tunis. Ms. Goldman? Thank you.
So one of the questions I have is, how long have they been actually functioning?
Ms. Goldman, can you just make sure you're speaking into the mic so the
I'm
board can hear
sorry,
you?
lower my mask. How long have they actually been operating out of the Airbnb?
To my knowledge, since I've gotten here, would be my guess, or shortly after when they got their approval
And how long
and
would
finished
that
their
be?
inspections. I would probably say, my guess would be the better part of a year.
So since you've been there, have you received any complaints coming in from the residents or anyone in the area?
Yes, I believe we have.
I'm going to object to that question in terms of hearsay.
If the zoning officers received any complaints, that was the question, correct?
Yes, it would go, like
No
if,
objection to that question. If we're now going to be asked what those complaints are or were.
Well,
no, that wasn't
we'll
my
do one
intent.
question at a time, but understood. So, Mr. Chast, you can answer if you've
I believe there
received
were
any.
complaints, or else we wouldn't have been asked to go take a look.
On the
that-
average, how often do complaints come in?
That's objection.
Okay,
Overruled, he receives complaints as the zoning
I'm just
officer.
trying to get an idea if there are complaints coming in.
That You can,
what-
he can answer the question.
I'm sorry, but I still want to explain to him why I was asking.
Understood.
So how often do complaints come in general? Like
Mhm.
just general? As far as the department, which includes all the code violations, they get complaints every day, probably a stack of 20 or 30. As far as zoning, we get a couple a week.
And they're easily resolved?
Almost never. No, there's some, it depends on the nature of the case.
Mr. Chast, I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Goldman, just to be clear, you're answering generally of all complaints that the department receives on all issues that are in the jurisdiction of the department. That's the answer you just gave, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Do you want like specific?
I was actually just being specific for this one category, and I know it might be hard to really break it down since you get so many complaints coming in, but I was just trying to enlighten everyone to.
Ms. Goldman, can I ask a clarifying question? It might smooth this. Do you mean, when you say category, do you mean for this property?
For 131 Copley specifically.
So how often does the zoning office receive complaints related to 131
Correct.
Copley?
I can only recall one or two from around the time I wrote the violation.
Okay. And I see that it's zoned as R3.
That's correct.
Now, R3 is pretty much for residential dwellings, single home, attached homes, and long-term. Most of the community is long-term.
Correct.
My understanding, and this is just my personal understanding with the nuns, their residence was long-term. They were not, are you aware of any short-term residency for nuns?
No, not to my knowledge.
So normally it's long-term. So the format will be changing from long-term to short-term?
That would be correct.
It will be what?
That would be correct.
Okay. This gentleman pretty much asked most of the questions that I had, but those were some of the ones that I did have as far as understanding nuns had a residency for long-term, and now we're changing it to a shorter term. And I think that, well, I don't want to go any further than that. But like I said, he pretty much covered most of it. Took all my words and all my questions, but that was one that I still had. It's awesome. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm just going to
Goldman.
come back for my comments.
Yes. So we'll move into board questions. Do you mind if I ask? What's that? Yeah, that was a long one. Do you mind if I ask one question before? So just to understand, I believe there was a lot of testimony related to the convent use and its non-conforming status. Do you have the table under Section 8 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
If you go on that table to the top of the second page, convent/rectory, even though there are different things, are listed there, correct?
They are.
And the convent is permitted as a special exception in the R3?
That's correct.
But you also stated that a convent is permitted only as an accessory use, correct?
That's correct. But now,
Well,
yeah, having it in front of me, I would say it's permitted here as a special exception in the R3.
so it's permitted as an accessory use, so the only time a convent would be a non-conforming use is if it was no longer accessory to the use that it was accessory to?
I guess a convent by nature is an accessory. It has to be by definition to accessory to a church.
So there are standalone convents, just for the zoning officer's edification, but I'm saying under our code, a convent is an accessory use and it wouldn't be non-conforming unless it was no longer accessory, correct?
If it helps, I would stipulate that a convent can be an accessory use and it appear to be if that's what the code says, a special exception.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand, I'm just trying to put, for the board, the non-accessory, or the existing non-conforming parameters into perspective. All right. The board is free to ask Mr. Chast any questions based on his testimony at this point.
I don't
Okay.
have any other member. Okay,
You'll
no.
get a second bite at the apple if you, yeah.
I just have one comment. I do know that there are church services that do occur there currently, usually on Sunday.
In the convent?
Not in the convent, in the St. Alice Church.
Right, it's a different church now, right? Or it's a different organization, school?
No,
It is still the St. Alice.
I mean, it's no longer a convent, correct?
it's no longer
Okay.
a convent.
You're saying that church service, you're asking the zoning officer if he knows church services still take place somewhere on the campus?
Yes,
Okay. Are you aware?
it's a Vietnamese
Right, yes, it's a Vietnamese, I think, church and school.
Roman Catholic.
Okay. Yes, but the property has since been subdivided when they broke up all the parcels. So it is a standalone property now.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I have none, no.
Hopefully, we'll do this expeditiously, but we'll offer any redirect from the township.
I'll make it easy, no redirect.
Okay. Since there's, but we've had cross. Is there anything further, Mr. Campbell? Trying to inflate my ego. Mr. Byrne, anything from you?
No, sir, Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice.
Okay, Mr. Tunis, anything from you?
Questions for the party?
For the zoning officer, you're good. And Ms. Goldman, you're good. Okay, so, Mr. Chast, you are excused to stay exactly where you are. Is there anything further from the township at this time?
Nothing with regard to whether a violation should be issued, whether it's a permanent use, but I know there's 3 other issues to be determined.
Sure, but anything, go ahead.
For this first issue, no, nothing.
Any other witnesses you propose to offer?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, at this point, we'll turn it over to the applicant appellant, Mr. Campbell, for your case in chief.
So, for a point of order, I would submit that the township has not met their burden with regard to the issue of an appeal from a zoning officer's determination, and I would ask you to find in my client's favor, based on the fact that it's their burden to establish that on the totality of circumstances on the record that you have, that the enforcement notice, that they've met their prima facie case. I'd like to place that argument on the record.
Okay.
So I would ask you to grant my client's relief without having to put on our case. You want to consult with, you understand what I'm?
I do. Any argument on that point from the other parties?
I'm not making argument, I'm making the request.
Yes. Well, response to the request for the board to consider. Understood. Oh, Mr. Campbell is making a request to the board that the township has not sustained its burden related to the zoning enforcement notice, and has asked the board to consider ruling on that item before the board. And if the board were to find that the township has not met its burden, we wouldn't proceed to the other requests of the applicant, because at that point, the use could continue under that theory. Or, I'm sorry, theory is the wrong word, but under that decision.
So I certainly could propose an argument, but if you want to defer on that, I can simply say I disagree, because I'm certainly opposed and I would object to that. But I can provide an argument if you would like.
Let's step in the back for a second and confer, and then we'll be back to how we're going to proceed. You have to unmute me. So what the board would like to hear is that isn't what we thought we were going to want to hear, but it actually has a nice little ring to it. Uh, What the board would like to hear is argument from the parties, if any, related to the township's burden issue, and then we'll take that under consideration. So the question that we would like you to present argument on is solely related to whether the township has met their burden related to the zoning enforcement notice. We would ask that you keep it brief, because if the board chooses to move forward with the other aspects of this application, then we want to afford time for that.
So my motion is only lawyer, I hate to talk like a lawyer, right? My motion is akin to the record order, right?
Correct.
And so I'll make my argument very brief, but I don't think that resolves the issue, because then I think you get to revisit it. If you were to deny my motion,
Mhm.
you get to revisit the same issue after I suggest it.
We can. Yeah.
I would make my argument very brief, right? And it is a theme that will be echoed, if you don't grant my motion, this theme will be echoed, and I think it is obvious. It's the township's obligation and burden to demonstrate that this enforcement notice is valid and should be sustained. Big picture, that's what they got. Right? And you've heard testimony, and it's not disputed that the property is in the R3 zone. The uses are what they are. My client is operating a facility there. It does not appear to be consistent with this. Any other case, I would say they met their burden. This is a really unusual case. This is unlike any case that I've ever had, where there's at least 3 documents where the township writes to my client and says, we could do this. And I think the township has acknowledged that in their own testimony. And because they have acknowledged it through their witness, I think, I would submit to you, they haven't met their burden to demonstrate why that notice is valid and enforceable, given the history of the proceeding. That's my argument on the very narrow issue as to whether or not they've met their burden. And if you deny my motion, I tell you in advance, I'm telegraphing, that is a theme that is going to be repeated. That's my argument.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Township's response?
So with regard to the property owner's argument, obviously, we stop about halfway. We agree that there was a notice violation issued. It was because we were in an R3 zone, and this is not a permitted use in that zone. Now, I understand there's plenty of exhibits that explain to you that there have been letters from the township, but that letter did not come from you. You are the authority to make the determination whether this use is permitted or if a variance is required, not the license and inspection. This is the wrong individual to make this determination. It's your determination. So that this is the violation, it is without, I'd say without dispute. It's just whether or not, and this is going to the 4th argument, which we do need to address, we haven't gotten there yet, whether there is a variance by estoppel. Now, you can certainly say that this use is not permitted, that it is in violation, and then we can discuss whether or not there should be a variance. But for the purpose of just whether there's a violation, I would submit to you that there is.
Mr. Gallagher, and I know we're doing argument, but I feel the need to ask this question on behalf of the board. Is it the township's position that the zoning officer does not have the authority to determine whether a use is permitted in a zoning district or not?
I don't think the zoning officer, but these are all listed above the Department of License and Inspection.
What? Structure, I think the board will take notice that in Upper Darby Township, the zoning officer is a member of the Department of Licenses and Inspection, and I think it has been that way throughout the entire applicable period of this application. But generally, I think your statement is that the zoning officer doesn't have that authority.
So I suppose what I'm saying here, what I'm trying to get at is when you look at these letters that are saying whether you can do these things or not, it's for the building. It's as it was testified to. These are things that are about building and construction. I don't know, basically the testimony was, I don't know about building construction. I know about zoning. And so this is what these notices are. You can put in plumbing, can put in HVAC, you can change these things. That is not the same.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Byrne, do you have anything to add?
I do, if I could.
Sure.
And I don't mean to throw a hand grenade into this whole thing, but with all due respect, I would think that if, before you could make a decision, if you chose to do so, that there would have to be allowed time for public comment.
It absolutely would.
Okay, before the decision were to be made.
We always allow for public comment.
Okay, and then the second point I would make is that I do agree that the burden has been met. And I think the burden has been met because we've shown that there was a use that's not a permitted use anywhere in the zoning ordinance that's being used at this property. And therefore, that establishes the zoning code violation. With respect to whether we get to the other issues that are asked for with respect to the variance and, uses permitted by estoppel, I think that Mr. Gallagher's right, that we still have to go on to that. But in addition to that, I don't believe that once we've met our burden of saying that the use is not permitted under the zoning code and the zoning officer issued a valid notice, which I don't think there's any question about that. The notice was not challenged. That the violation itself is then proven, and then the burden would switch back to the applicant. I don't think the applicant has shown here that there is a use that was permitted even by way of a variance by estoppel or vested right or any other manner, because I don't think that the use is ever described. And if you look at the papers that they rely on, it talks about a short-term professional solutions, and it doesn't say, we're going to have 100 guests in there. It doesn't say how many parking spots it's going to require. It doesn't go to anything that would go in a normal opinion of use. And I don't think there's any documentation. Now, maybe later in the case, in their variance case, they'll show that, but I don't think to this point they have. So I think we have to rest on what the township has proven, and the township has proven that it's a violation of the ordinance to do this in this district. They are doing something that's not permitted under the terms of the ordinance, and then therefore the notice is, or the violation is appropriate until it's proven not to be appropriate by the other types of variance or whatever they might want to argue as the rest of their case.
Thank you. Mr. Tunis, do you have anything at this point related to the notice?
No, I just had a question about the term you used for the residents here. Are you allowed to explain what it means if the township, around the township's burden, when you use that phrase, just for the residents here, so they can kind of understand
Sure.
what you guys are saying here?
When someone takes an appeal of a enforcement action or a determination or any action taken by the zoning officer, is the burden on the township to show, basically it's their responsibility to prove that the action taken by the township was justified and supported by evidence and the law. So that's the question we're looking at right now.
Thank you.
Sure.
I just have one last thing if I could, and I promise we'll open it back up. And Mr. Campbell might not object because I'm going to say I agree with him. I agree that it's a very complicated case, and it's something that you don't see very often. For that reason, I would respectfully suggest that and you said you were going to do this, that the public be permitted to add any testimony that they may have or comments that they may have, and that thereafter we be able to research this and submit proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law on all the issues.
The board will take that under advisement. Thank you. Ms. You're.
Go back in exec session.
Yeah, the board's going to recess for a moment. And we're missing the township.
I'll get him.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. There we go. So at this point, the board is going to reserve judgment on the enforcement notice issue, and we're going to allow since the township has no other witnesses, obviously, because we had that motion, we're going to allow the applicant to proceed on their case in chief. Can I just ask a procedural or a process question here? Do you intend to, I know you have 6 other areas of relief that you're requesting kind of in total. Are you presenting that in a unified
Yeah,
presentation, or?
I'm going to call 2 witnesses, and the evidence that we will elicit will form the basis for whatever arguments we're going to make on the issues raised on the appeal.
Okay.
I'm not going to, you can't even bifurcate. I'm not going to,
Trifurcate, yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to suggest that we have witnesses argument, witnesses argument, witness argument.
Okay.
I'm going to put all our stuff on, and then we can figure out where we are.
Thank you.
have any objection to that. I think that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. It is your floor.
Thank you. I won't make an opening argument. I think you just heard it in my other argument. So, Baru? Budo. It would be okay if I asked my witness to sit?
Yes.
That way I can give him, Mr. Bono, would you take a seat there and then pull that microphone up close to you so that you can be heard?
And
And I would
please
ask-
tap it to turn on, yeah.
Yeah. And I would ask Mr. Bono be sworn in.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Can you spell your name, please? Spell it.
Can you turn on your mic? Yeah.
It's Budobunul, B-U-D-O, B-U-N-U-L.
It's B-U-D-O-B-U-N-U-L. Mr. Bono, you've been in the audience
Yes, I have.
this evening. What's your part in all of this? What role do you play?
Well, I had approached the ownership, taking over the property and managing it for our business model.
And what is your business model?
It is creating living spaces for short-term for professionals.
And do you own and or operate other short-term housing facilities in the greater southeastern Pennsylvania or South Jersey area?
Yes, we do. We do have about 350 listings.
Okay. And do you have them that are similar to the facility on Copley in that it's multiple units in one building?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so at about what time you don't own the property, you operated pursuant to a lease, correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
You do not own the property, correct?
No, I do not own.
And what's the name of your company?
Kiteville Inc.
Okay. I'm going to hand you the same exhibit packet.
Sure.
And can you turn to Exhibit 2, please? So Exhibit 2 has several pages, but the first page of Exhibit 2, that's where it identifies yourself as Kiteville Inc., correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Kiteville Inc., you are the principal of Kiteville Inc.?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
My wife and myself, I'm sorry.
Do you want to leave your wife out? So your company, Kiteville, leases the property for the purpose of this long-term housing solutions?
Correct.
Okay. And who owns the property?
Various landlords.
It's, I think.
For this particular one,
Yes.
it would be Benjamin Zhang, which is the pie stoning. Golden Mermaid, I'm sorry.
His company is Golden Mermaid, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Zhang is here tonight as well, correct?
Landlord, correct.
Yep. And so if we look at Exhibit 2, there's a date on the bottom right-hand corner, April 24th, 2020, and it says received. Do you recall, is that about the date when you submitted the business permit application?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that this was sort of the first formal thing that was submitted to the township?
Yes, initially I made a call to township and then I was directed to speak to actually via the email because of the pandemic with Mr. McSween.
I think you have to speak slower to make sure
Sure.
she can pick
I'm
it up.
sorry.
Okay. And the purpose of making an application for a business permit was to find out if you could do what you wanted to do at the property, correct?
Yes.
Now, members of the board and Mr. Leniak, I apologize. I'm going to show the witness an exhibit. I only have one copy. I have shown this to Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Byrne, Mr. Tucson? Tunis, and Ms. Goldman. And then I'll hand it up to the board. I'm going to ask my client some questions about it, then I'll hand it up. I apologize, I did not include it in the packet.
It's okay, just as long as the board can retain the copy used here tonight.
Sure.
So I'm going to hand you a series of documents, and I'm going to refer to it as a PowerPoint
Yes.
presentation. And when you submitted Exhibit 2 to the township, was that attached with it?
Yes, it was sent to Mr. McSween with the email.
Okay. And did it, in more detail, describe what you proposed to do with the property?
Absolutely. It was exchanged couple of emails back and forth, exactly what we were doing.
Okay. And does it describe what you're doing in that document?
Yes.
Okay. So for the record, I'm going to hand mark that as Exhibit 14. My packet goes 1 through 13.
Sure. May I pass them over?
So for the record, Exhibit 14 is a PowerPoint that's 8 pages. I will provide the other parties with a copy of it, and I'll leave this copy with the board. Can I just have you walk through it, and then I'll hand it up for the board?
Sure.
So this is essentially, on the first page, it has your company, Kiteville, Inc., correct?
Correct.
And what's the text that's on the first page?
The next generation fully furnished, technology optimized and professionally.
You got to be much
Sure.
slower.
The next generation fully furnished, technology optimized and professionally managed on-demand stays for the short and extended periods.
And then in the second page, it says what, and then what did you write underneath the heading what? Very slow.
Sure. Kiteville obtains underutilized properties by buying, leasing, or operating in behalf of the owners, truly furnished and managed to create an idea. Sorry.
I hope that this isn't a problem, but I think it might just be easier because of the sound system in this room, if Mr. Campbell reads these and his witness
you.
confirms them, since we'll have the document. Is there any objection from the parties in that?
Yeah.
Okay,
I was going to make that suggestion.
thank you.
So on page 2, under the heading what, Kiteville obtains underutilized properties by buying, leasing, or operating on behalf of owners, thoroughly furnished and managed to create an ideal and safe living environment for short and extended stays for professionals who are transitioning or temporarily relocating to the area. The third page is entitled How, and I'm not going to read all of the bullet points underneath, but the first bullet point is customers book the stay online along with personal information, financial verification, proof of identifications. The fourth page says who, and then you list your target market, correct?
Segments, correct.
Right. On the fifth page, entitled Operation, you explain the following. We provide 24/7 customer service, maintenance, and security. We maintain general and common use areas at all times. Customers are responsible for their designated spaces. Room furnishings include bed, bedding, desk, chairs, accessories. Utilities and Wi-Fi are included. Amenities are washer, dryer, kitchen, linens, towel, shampoo, and soap. Customers charge sales and occupancy tax when applicable. Customers billed if damages are caused. We do not provide food, transportation, laundry, and any other personalized or customized services. I'm going to there's more text in that exhibit, but I'm going to just hand that up to the board. So you said you had other email communication back and forth,
Correct.
and who is that communication with?
With Mr. McSween at the time.
And what did you explain to Mr. McSweeney that you were proposing at the site?
Exactly. So it was the details of the property. It was the details of the property as far as the business plan, and he recommended for us to go through the process, and he sent me the documentations that necessary, and we documented accordingly as far as hiring professional company who would do the drawings and help us with the acquiring all the permits and work that needed, and the inspections as well.
And you made clear that this would be temporary housing, not permanent housing.
Absolutely.
And you also made clear that the structure of the convent in terms of the individual rooms would not be fundamentally changing, correct?
No, actually, according to drawings, we had made improvements. For instance, each bedroom had a powder room, I would call it, like a half bathroom. And we changed it to a full bathroom, adding showers as well.
So every room has a bathroom?
Yes.
How many rooms have kitchens?
None of them. There's 2 common area kitchens.
And that was demonstrated on the building plans that you submitted
Correct,
as
yep.
part of the permits, correct?
Correct.
Every room, does it have anything more than just that, I'm going to call it bedroom and a bathroom? Is there any other living space?
17 of the units, they have their own private bathrooms. And the 17 units, 17 rooms have their own private bathrooms.
And how many do not have private bathrooms?
And 10 of them doesn't have it, but however, they have added new 2 shared spaces, and as well as the existing, the rectory, the convent bathrooms, which
So-
was total 4 or 5 bathrooms in addition.
So to be clear, there's 27 units in the building,
Correct,
and 17 of them have their own bathrooms,
correct.
and 10 of them share 4 or 5?
5 bathrooms.
5 common bathrooms.
Correct,
And that was evidenced and demonstrated with the plans that you submitted as part of
Accordingly.
your building permit application, correct?
correct.
Did you explain to the township's representative that individuals would be sharing bathrooms?
Correct,
And did you explain to the township's representatives that individuals would not have their own kitchen and would share kitchen facilities?
correct.
Okay. Can I ask you to go to Exhibit 3?
Sure.
On the top of Exhibit 3, am I correct that it says Certificate of Use Permit?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And the first sentence of text of Exhibit 3 reads, "The above referenced use is permitted under the Township Zoning Code," correct?
Correct,
And it also identifies a use as being short-term housing solution for professionals, correct?
correct.
So you had communications with Mr.
McSween.
McSweeney, and based on what you submitted to him and your conversations, is it fair to say this is the letter that you got?
Correct, yep.
After receiving this letter, what did you think that you could do at the property?
Sure, we have given the green light, and it was an underutilized dwelling that it will be converted into use that would have a meaningful value for all the stakeholders. Meaningful value.
Meaningful value, right? Right.
Thank you.
Did you think that you could go ahead and operate a short-term facility for housing?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And was that your business model?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so up to this point, had you invested anything into the property in terms of renovation or upgrades?
Sure. Mr. Zhang covered.
I'm very clear. Before your May 20th letter,
Mhm.
Had you hired consultants for building plans?
I did not until I received this.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't.
So is it fair to say that when you got this, you had I think the phrase you used was a green light to take the next step on your project?
Correct.
And in general terms, what were the next steps that you had to do for your business plan?
Sure. As I was instructed, that I needed to get the necessary permits and as well as necessary requirements that needed to happen at the property, and getting the professional help in terms of drawings and architectural needs to meet the need that the changes to happen in order to operate.
So in essence, it was an old building, right?
Correct.
And it needed to be improved in certain respects.
Sure.
And you needed to hire an architect to
Absolutely.
prepare those plans.
Correct.
And then you needed to hire other contractors to do that work.
Accordingly.
And did you do that in conjunction with the property owner, Mr. Zhang?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so if you could turn to Exhibit 4, Mr. Bonneau, you received Exhibit 4 a few days after you received Exhibit 3, correct?
Correct.
You received Exhibit 3 on May 18th and Exhibit 4 on May 20th, correct?
Correct.
When you received this exhibit, what did you then think you had to do in order to use the facility the way you wanted to use it?
Sure. I needed to have the drawings and presentation to the township in order to acquire the permits that needed to get the work done, and hopefully we can be up and running.
Okay. On the ray line, it says short-term residents, correct?
Correct, yep.
Did that also give you confidence that you could do what you intended to do, that your business plan is something that you were allowed to do?
Absolutely, yes.
And in paragraph 1, this is the township writing to you, correct?
Correct.
And the township writes to you and says, "A building permit is required to change the use of the tenant space to a more transient residential use, and sealed drawings will be required," correct?
Correct.
So the township is writing to you and telling you that you're going to need a building permit to use the tenant space for a more transient residential use, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want you to go to Exhibit 5. Exhibit 5 is entitled Building Permit, and it is dated August 4th, 2020. You submitted this, correct?
Correct.
And you attached certain plans associated with this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the plans are in part identified as Exhibit 6 in this packet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say that these plans show the room configuration that you wanted to have when all of the renovations were done?
Sure, yeah. So I did acquire the original floor plan from the previous layout, and we provided to our architect to redesign according to our needs.
And so these plans show that there are 27 rooms in the building, correct?
There may have been a few additions, actually.
Okay. But they show that the buildings, that the individual rooms, 17 of the 27 will have bathrooms and 10 will not, correct?
Correct. And those bathrooms were half bathrooms, and new plan provided full bathrooms.
You were upgrading
Correct.
the rooms that had half bathrooms to full bathrooms.
Correct.
Okay. But none of those rooms were having additional living spaces like a living room or a den,
None.
right? And none of those living spaces had their own kitchen, correct?
None.
Okay. And this is all reflected on the exhibit, on the plans that you submitted for Exhibit 6, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on the last page of Exhibit 6, I've blown up a notation, and that notation appears on each of the 3 pages of the building plans, correct?
Correct.
I've only blown one up, but it's the same notation on every one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We can go to Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7 is 3 pages. And the first 2 pages, the very top, are identified as building permit, and the third page is identified as certificate of use, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we talk about it, and these three are all dated November 4th, 2020, and the first two are essentially a building permit to build the plans that you submitted as part of Exhibits 5 and 6, correct?
Correct.
Right. And the third page of Exhibit 7, at the very top, is entitled Certificate of Use, correct?
Correct.
And the text speaks for itself, but it tells you certain things that you must do in order to comply with township regulations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at this point, November of 2020, do you essentially begin work?
Yes.
Exhibit 8 is also 3 pages, and these exhibits are your electrical and plumbing permits, correct?
Correct.
And so you submitted for permits for building, electrical, plumbing, and you engaged and hired all of the trades to do that work, correct?
Absolutely.
And you did this at the time in conjunction with the landlord, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, going to Exhibit 9, which I indicated, and there's been, some discussion, it is unusual that it's entitled City of Philadelphia. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is this is a form filled out by a third-party inspector, correct?
Yes, licensed inspector.
Right. And it was required to be submitted to the township to demonstrate that
Yes.
you met with the township's
Yeah.
fire safety standards.
And this was supposed to be completed prior to inspections, final walkthroughs were done.
So in other words, you couldn't get your final
Walkthrough, if this
occupancy
wasn't in
permits
place.
unless you didn't have this, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And the township accepted this?
Yes.
Okay. We go to Exhibit 10. This is a lease which is dated October 1, 2021, and it's a redacted lease. It's only got a couple pages of it, but this document in its entirety reflects your company leasing the property from Mr. Bang's property, from Mr. Bang.
Correct.
Correct. And you signed this lease in October of 2021, correct?
Correct.
But you and Mr. Bang worked from the time the initial permits were issued to renovate and improve the property, correct?
Absolutely.
And between the time you got the letters in May of 2020 that are Exhibits 3 and 4, until you submitted the building permit in, which is Exhibit 5, you hired consultants to design the improvements that you were making.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I'm going to call your attention to Exhibit 11, which is also entitled Certificate of Occupancy Permit. And this is what you got. What had to happen, or what happened before you received this?
So all the work's done, and the final inspections were done, and we were granted this.
Now, it's dated October 6th, 20. In fact, that's incorrect, correct?
Oh, definitely, it's incorrect.
So you received this in October of 2021?
Correct.
Okay. And it reads, you correct me if I'm wrong, this certificate grants the applicant the right to occupy said address and/or perform specified uses in accordance with application submitted and the Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So after you got this, did you begin to operate the facility?
Correct, in November.
Can you estimate, and Mr. Zhang will testify later, but can you estimate how much the cost was to do all of the plumbing and the building, all the work authorized by the plumbing, the electrical, and the building permits, approximately that you or Mr. Zhang incurred
Sure.
to make the those improvements?
Sure. I was working very closely with Mr. Zhang throughout this process, and I don't have the exact numbers, but they were roughly to be around $700,000 investments made.
And that was the,
On behalf of Mr. Zhang,
$1,000 what?
$700,000 improvements worth.
and as the landlord, he made that, correct?
Correct.
And it's your understanding he made that because you were signing a lease, correct?
Correct, yes.
And how long is the term of your lease?
5 + 5.
So 10 years.
Correct.
And because of that, and because of the rent stream, that funded $700,000 of improvement at the site.
Absolutely.
In addition to the 700,000, how much money did you have to spend in order to fit the site out, in addition to anything that the landlord paid
Sure.
for?
Such as furnishing, accessories, upgrades, and just other labor cost us around $150,000.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. Every one of these rooms needed a new bed, right?
Sure.
And every one of these beds needed, every one of these rooms needed everything that would support one of those rooms, correct?
Sure. Our professionals usually prefer the desk with the chair, for instance, like, accessories.
So every room was had a completely new internal fit out.
Correct.
Okay. And then the kitchens had to be fitted back out.
Correct.
And that was all on you, not things that the landlord did.
That's all on us.
And what was the cost that you incurred to fit those units out, to fit the property out that the landlord didn't pay for?
Yeah, so that cost was about like $45,000.
Okay. So if I can indulge everyone, I bought 3 copies of a Mr. Bono, you provided me with a packet reflecting all of the expenses that you just described, $45,000, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to hand you that packet, and I'm going to mark it as 15. Yeah, 15. Applicants 15. I think I said C14 before. That's one of my days in the DA's office. It should be Exhibit 14 should be Applicants Exhibit 14. And this is Applicants Exhibit 15.
Correct.
And that is a 45-page packet, correct? Plus or
Correct.
minus?
Yep.
And it has numerous bank statements and credit card statements?
Correct.
And it has account numbers on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So with the board's indulgence, I am not inclined, without doing a lot of heavy redacting, to make that part of the record because it has a lot of personal identification numbers. And not that I don't trust all the good people here, but once you let something out into the world, you don't know where it's going to go. I have provided a copy of that to Mr. Byrne, to Mr. Gallagher, to Mr. Tunis, and Ms. Goldman. And with the board's permission, if I need to supplement the record, I'd like to supplement something that either has that summarized, subject to everyone's consent, or heavily redacted. Or, better yet, so the stipulation I would ask for is that Exhibit A15 is a 45-page exhibit which reflects the, how much? 45?
$45,000.
$45,000 in expenses needed to equip each of the rooms. And
Yeah.
if that's so stipulated, then I would not need to enter it into the record physically.
So,
Mr. Byrne?
I don't have an objection necessarily to the record. I don't have an objection to it being redacted and put in, because I have no interest and don't think anyone should have any interest in his bank numbers or, credit card number or anything like that. I do, however, want to have an opportunity to cross-examine him with respect to the items that are in the exhibit. And
Okay.
since it's 45 pages, while Mr. Campbell did give it to me tonight to look at, I really haven't had a chance to look at it. So I would like to get a copy. I mean, I know you don't have it here tonight, and I'm not faulting him for that. It's hard to cross-examine him on something without a document that I don't
Okay.
have in front.
Well, and I understand that. So let's take the stipulation option off the table, but I would ask, you can go through it with your witness. It's available for cross-examination.
And then we'll deal with it.
No, and I'd like the board to at least be able to flip through it
Oh, of
here
course.
tonight. And then we can, I think.
Deal with it as a
I
matter of
will say,
housekeeping.
can we go off the record for a second? Thanks. So the board isn't going to probably render a decision this evening, so the parties are aware. We'll probably take it under advisement and most likely, depending on where we end tonight, ask for memorandum of law, and then render a decision at a supplemental, subsequent hearing, I'm sorry. So let's do this with this exhibit, and I'll put this on the record when we go back on, is that we'll use it tonight for the tool that it is, and then if Mr. Campbell can provide to council and get your sign, or council and the parties, your sign off on a redacted version between now and when your memorandum of law will be due, and then provide that redacted version to the board.
Thank you. That's
Okay?
more than fair.
So that's what, we'll go back on the record. Oh, Mr. Tunis? Go ahead.
I just, again, like my previous.
Are we on or off?
We're off for the moment, just what's,
But I understand what you said, and I was just wondering, for the other constituents in the room, can you kind of explain what you mean?
I was just about to go on the record and do that, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we can go back on. So regarding what will be what has been marked as A15, considering that it contains sensitive information, the parties tonight and the board will be able to review that packet in the room tonight. Cross-examination will be available on that for all the parties. And then sometime before the board renders its decision in this matter, Mr. Campbell will provide a redacted copy removing that sensitive information from the packet, share that with the other parties for their review to agree that it is an accurate representation, and then that will be provided to the board to be included in the record as A15.
Thank you. For media purposes, I can hand up the other 2 copies that I have.
Thank you.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that procedure. Not that you really care if I am or not.
Already said
I am
it.
okay with that procedure, but what I would ask in addition to that is, because I won't have the entire document to cross-examine tonight, I think I can just, if the document is in evidence, just make my argument in my brief as to why I think certain things are or not.
There's no problem with that.
Okay,
Yep,
thank you.
that's fine. So let's talk about the actual operation of your facility. When did you begin operating it?
It was November 2021.
Shortly after you got that last certificate of
Absolutely,
occupancy?
we were 100% ready.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes. Shortly after the approval, last final inspections and
Okay. And that was in November of 2021?
21.
How does your business operate? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so
Very slowly.
we acquire our customers through online different channels, and we manage them 100%. We do have an centralized system with the technology in terms of customer support, customer acquisition, and the associated managements and all of that. And for this particular location, we do have the housekeeping, for instance, on site during the daytime, and we do have a full-time person who assists at the property with the in terms of needs or any issues to address the necessary operation.
So let me go back through some of those things slowly. Your clients register online?
Correct,
They find you online?
correct.
People have talked about Airbnb. In fact, you use Airbnb, correct?
Airbnb is one of our marketing channel. So 100% those customers are acquired for Kiteville and managed by Kiteville.
And so they
But just
find,
like any other hotels, like where hotels could acquire their clients through Expedia.com, Booking.com, or anywhere else similar to that.
so there are a number of platforms online that people can find. If they're looking for something in the greater Philadelphia area, you would pop up on any number of platforms.
Correct,
And then they can register for rooms through the online platform.
correct,
And you require them to pay online before showing up.
absolutely,
And if they go through that registration process, they have to identify themselves,
absolutely,
and they have to provide credit card information,
They have to have financial credentials, yes.
Okay. And they have to tell you how long they're staying?
Sure.
Sorry. Can you repeat that last question?
They have to tell you how long they intend to stay, correct?
Yes, absolutely. They have a check-in date and they have a check-out date.
A check-in date and a check-out date.
Correct.
Okay. How do you communicate to them that their reservation is accepted?
So the technology would send automatic messages, and also our customer support team members will communicate with the guest.
Email? Some-
Within emails and messaging platforms as well.
Okay. Now, on this site, you actually have housekeeping every day?
Yes.
How many employees are there for the purpose of housekeeping a day?
So one full-time if needed. We do have extra team members who would be drawn from other operations to support.
And you also have a person who lives on site, correct?
Correct.
And that person also supervises or manages the property?
Addresses any guest issues or any problems could arise, and as well as making sure that the property is under control or maintained, and or anyways that even he's encouraged to engage with our neighboring communities and making sure that there's no misunderstandings. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
Slowly, what does that manager do?
So he's encouraged to engage with the surrounding neighbors to make sure that there's clear communications and there are no misunderstandings, because it was brought to our attention that there is the other users than what we have. And that is because we felt that there is a miscommunications or maybe.
So let's clear that up. I know what you're speaking about, but it seems obscure. Individuals came to you and thought that you were running a drug rehabilitation facility on the site, correct? And you're not doing that at all, correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you have rules about the use of drugs or alcohol?
Absolutely.
Are individuals allowed to use drugs or alcohol in your building?
No.
Okay. What's the average length of stay of one of your guests?
So over the period of, since we started, the average tends to be about 3 weeks.
Okay. And what's the shortest stay?
It could be one night.
And have you had longer stays?
Sure. We do have guests who stayed almost 8 months.
Okay. If you had to estimate, what percentage of your customers stay under 2 months?
Majority.
Do you have other rules or regulations for your guests at the property?
Absolutely. So absolutely, they're not allowed to bring any unregistered guests, for instance.
Not allowed to bring your
Unregistered guests. So if someone is not in the reservation, they cannot be there, for instance.
how about pets?
And 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., absolutely, it's a quiet time. So there is no noise should be made.
You're allowed to have pets there?
Yes, correct. And absolutely no smoking, absolutely no like violating any or disobeying within neighbors' livelihoods or anything. So
I don't know if I understood your question. Can your guests bring dogs?
No.
Can they bring other pets or animals?
No.
Are they allowed? Not that they allowed. That's the wrong question. Are your guests children or are your guests families?
No, it's not suited for that.
Because it's a one-bedroom room,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So are you aware of complaints or problems at your facility?
Yes, since I heard that in 1 and 2 cases, and it was understood that we needed to take measurements to correct whatever is needed.
Have you had to ever call the police to your property?
There has been a few cases over the periods of time in order to enforce our rules and systems.
Primarily, what's the reason you've had to call the police?
So I think in one instant, the 2 guests had an argument that we had to cancel the reservation and have the guest exit the property for the safety reasons.
Okay. Do you ever have problems with tenants leaving the facility? Meaning their stay's over, but they don't leave?
So there was a guest that once refused to check out, and we had to request local enforcement to help us.
It was one time?
One or twice, yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you aware of a flood of complaints or a flood of problems at the site?
No,
If you compare the operation of this site to the other facilities that you have in the area, is this better, worse, the same?
average same.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have for Mr. Binnell. I think other people are going to have some questions for you.
Sure.
Good evening, Mr. Badul. I don't know if we've been introduced, but my name is James Gallagher. I represent the township.
Nice meeting you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you as well. So my first question is, you were asked about Exhibit 4. You have that in front of you.
Sure.
And I think when you were asked about that, the question was asked whether you had any presentation, or in your response, you had a presentation. Did you ever have a presentation to the township council?
It was pandemic. I was required to file everything via the email or postal services or email, and phone conversations with the director.
Okay. And would you agree with me that you operate a for-profit business?
Pardon me?
You operate a for-profit business?
Correct, yes.
And you would consider those who stay at 131 Copley to be customers?
Staff to be customers, I'm sorry.
No, those who use the facility, those who go to the property, they go through your registration.
Yes, correct.
Those are
Yep,
customers.
customers.
And this is not a charitable use?
No,
It's not religiously affiliated in any way?
no,
And you would agree with me that your use is different from a convent or a rectory?
correct.
Do you pay a business privilege tax to operate 131 Copley Road?
No,
And do you have, are you regulated by any authority in Pennsylvania, whether it's a municipal, state, any other, to operate a hotel?
I am not restricted of anything. It's my profession.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It is my profession of being in the hospitality business.
So you haven't been inspected by any health department?
For this particular location, no. In other locations either.
And you don't currently have a rental license for 131 Copley Road, do you?
No, I did not. We were in the process of acquiring it, and then we get this notification.
And you advertise this on Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you advertise 131 Copley Road on any other website or newspaper or anything like that?
Our own platform as well.
I'm sorry?
Our own platform as well, kiteville.com.
Your own platform, thank you. And with regard to customers who come to 131 Copley, do you have rental agreements or leases?
No, it is all done through the set online system policies according to Airbnb settings.
Have you ever had to file formal eviction against any customer that was at 131 Copley
No.
Road? And do you have any intended or planned upkeep for the property? I understand you had plans, you've done some work. What is your future plans for upkeep? Do you have any?
Absolutely. Our goal is to make this as a viable operation in the neighborhood. And our history in the last, we may had one or two incidents, but also it is proven that we have thousands of positive reviews that where we bring meaningful experiences to the township in terms of economic development, in terms of creating solutions for people that who are looking to relocate or work or travel. So
I understand your answer, but I'm not certain that you understood my question. Do you have any proposed upkeep or improvements? And by that, I mean in financial investment. Are you planning to do anything to this property more?
oh, absolutely.
What
Sure.
do you plan to do?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, improving the overall property as needed as the finances become available, like in terms of maybe higher standards, higher furnitures, quality furnitures, and bringing more team members.
So you don't intend to do any further construction on the property?
Not at this moment, no.
Have you ever had a fire inspection from from the township, from any organization at all?
Not that my knowledge, no.
And to your knowledge, what fire safety measures exist in the building?
So we do have all the necessary alarm system, smoking detectors. We have the entire system that was tested by professionals, which was certified to assure that everything was out according to codes.
When was the last time that was certified?
I don't have that in my records, but
Was it this year?
not 2023.
Was it in 2022?
I believe so.
And how many entryways are there to the buildings? Meaning, how many areas can you leave and enter the building?
Sure. There is a total 4 entryways.
And are any of those entryways locked or inaccessible to customers?
No, they're all accessible. I mean, not some of them not from outside for safety, security reasons, but they're all exitable, and then they can access from main doors with their given credentials.
Do you conduct any background checks for customers, such as Childline, Megan's Law, anything like that?
Absolutely.
You do that. And what's the maximum number of occupants you've had at one time in the building?
Sure. At the busy season, we would have about 75% occupancy rate. 75% occupancy rate.
So would you agree with me that's 21 people?
Correct.
Is any unit ever occupied by more than one person at a time so that you could essentially have double the number of units?
There may have been a few cases where maybe 2 guests stayed in a unit.
And when you say you began operating in November 2021, do you know how many customers were using the property at that month when you began operation?
Sure. I don't have the exact number, but I think our occupancy rate at the time probably was around 40%.
40%. Do you keep rolls and records of the number of customers you have per month?
Every single one of them.
Do you average 75% occupancy?
That's what I meant to say, yes.
Okay.
No, I mean, sorry, like right now, currently we are, our occupancy is about 40% because of the off-season.
Okay.
Mhm.
But you
I
average.
meant to say at the highest peak was,
Highest is 75.
Correct.
So is your average 40?
I would say about 60.
60.
Mhm.
Okay. And do you know how many parking spaces there are at 131 Copley that can be used by that property?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you know how many parking spaces there are at 131 Copley that can be used by that property?
Sure. It is a common commissary parking space for all the properties in the quarter.
So there's no dedicated parking lot for 131 Copley?
There is about maybe over a dozen of parking right immediately adjoined to the building, but my understanding by ownership that it's a parking space that's maintained and owned by all the properties in the building and the space.
And so.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, how many parking spaces did you say were in the lot?
It's I think a dozen right at the
1,000?
no
A dozen.
okay, dozen.
What?
12.
A
Dozen.
dozen, thank
I'm
you.
so sorry. I would have solved all the town's problem maybe.
1,000 would be interesting.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that at any time, there could be up to 27 vehicles, and if there is double occupancy, there could be more than that?
That's never the case because all of our guests, they're traveling all over the world for a couple of days. They're taking public transportations, they're taking shared rides and stuff. And I think it's most probably would have like 10 vehicles.
Is there anything prohibiting a customer from having a vehicle at the property?
I'm sorry, one more time, I didn't.
Sure. Is there anything in your rules or regulations that prohibits a customer from bringing a vehicle to the property?
Absolutely. They need to make sure that the vehicles are up to codes and stuff, like, and then there's no multiple vehicles for an individual or large vehicles and stuff like that. They need to be making sure they have to report to us that they have a vehicle, and then we need to understand that what it is.
So generally speaking, if I have a vehicle that's inspected, meets all codes, emissions, all of that, It's not oversized. I only have my own car.
Sure.
If I were to rent a unit in 131 Copley, there's nothing preventing me from having a vehicle.
No.
And was a traffic study ever conducted prior to commencing the current use of the property?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Was a traffic study ever done for this property?
And not at my knowledge, no.
Do you know off the top of your head the size of 131 Copley Road, the road itself?
The road itself, I don't know.
Is it a one-lane, two-lane?
It's one lane.
One lane.
Mhm.
Is it one way, one direction?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned one thing on your direct examination when you were being asked by your attorney. You said that this is meaningful value for your stakeholders, meaning the use that you have. Can you explain that a little bit more, what you mean by that?
Sure. I meant stakeholders is not only the owner or investors, it is all the involving parties. That would mean the guests, that would mean the community, the neighbors, that would mean the tax collectors, that would mean environment itself. So
What I was focusing more on is, what do you mean by meaningful value? What is value to you?
yes, so that like say for instance, like we had a perfect scenario. For instance, we had a guest who moved from Ohio and got an initial job in Center City at the Comcast Center, and he thought that this would be an ideal place for him by taking the public transportation from 69th Street. So end up liking the town and end up renting, used us as a reference to acquire a rental property in the township. So that is to me, I think it's an added value to bringing in professionals who would add value to the town.
So by value, you don't mean just profit?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, of all of the units that you operate, are any of them one or two units? Say the building is only used for one or two?
So we do have multiple properties, and some of them are multi-units, some of them are multiple apartments, some of them are mansions. So we do have multiple properties that serves every needs.
And so is there any reason this building couldn't be operated as a mansion?
Well, the way that it's laid out and stuff, it's impossible. The size of the building and the units in the building, and as far as the utilities, the cost, and it doesn't make any feasibility for an individual to use it as a mansion. Absolutely not. I do have mansions, and I know what's the true meaning of a mansion unless this entire building goes through under renovations. Like,
So
I mean,
if the building was renovated, it could,
completely demolished, maybe rebuilt. Yes,
could it be used as a duplex?
possible.
It's
And
possible.
that's an ownership to decide, so.
And, I'm sorry, excuse me. When did you first receive notice that 131 Copley Road was in violation of the zoning ordinance?
I'm not exactly sure what the date was, but it was in 2022, in
Was it-
summer.
Was it the same date as the letter that's been entered? as an
Correct,
exhibit?
yep.
Okay, so you weren't aware of that before that time?
No.
What kind of professionals do you have that utilize 131 Copley Road? So you do background investigations. What kind of people are we talking about?
Sure. Yeah, so it could be someone who's relocating to the area because of a job or moving to the city for a smaller town. It could be like with the pandemic, it has been more we see in the demographics regional. But recently we have encountered professionals coming from all over the world, pretty much. Like it could be someone who's coming in to maybe to study in the nearby, or to work, or to relocate, or it's different scenarios for individuals who has needs.
And I'm not sure this was touched upon, but what is the rate, the daily rate for someone to rent a unit in 131 Copley Road? Is
Sure.
it variable? Is it the same?
Yeah. So if someone, like, I mean, we do utilize technology to appeal to our regular, like, I mean, our ideal customer base. So we keep that in mind, that to make sure that this location is an ideal for the given location. It serves the right purpose for the guest, for the community, for the business, for the operation itself. So for instance, if you were to book for one night at our property, like it will cost a little over $100 for one night.
And then,
That's because of the added fees and stuff and occupancy taxes and all that.
so it's a variable rate based upon market fluctuations would be fair?
Exactly.
Okay. I don't have other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
We met earlier tonight. My name's Jim Byrne, and I represent the Nolan Properties.
Very nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you as well. Sir, tell me about Kiteville Inc. What is Kiteville Inc.?
Kiteville, it's my wife and I owned it, and we started about 4 years ago, and we do have various properties throughout the city.
How many properties?
Give and take about 350 units.
350 units? Is it, what represents a unit?
So we refer to, for instance, it could be in one single dwelling, and then it could have 10 apartments, or it could be in a hotel that has 50 rooms.
Okay. How many different buildings do you operate?
About 70.
70? Okay. And how many units do you have that have more than 25? How many buildings do you have that have more than 25 units?
We have an intersection of an hotel which has 47 units.
And where are some of your buildings located?
Mostly in Center City, and we have properties in Paoli. We have property in Paoli, Pennsylvania. Yep. And we have property in Mount Laurel, New Jersey as well, which is the other side of the river.
Any other places that you can think of?
Sure. Like there's, I think, a dozen in Winfield area in Philadelphia, and there's a couple of them in South Philadelphia. There is a couple of them in Center City. There's a couple of them in Fishtown, in Northern Liberties, in Temple University area, and University City area. Sure.
Okay. And how long have you been operating these properties?
4 years.
4 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are each of these properties leased?
Lease?
Leased. Are you like, let's take, for instance, this property, okay? You don't own this building, right?
No, yes, leased. Yes, correct.
Right?
Mhm.
Or,
Correct.
or Golden Mermaid, I guess.
Correct.
Right? And you have a lease
Agreement,
with them?
yes.
Right. So the other buildings that you're telling us about, do you lease them or do you own those buildings?
Mostly leased, yes.
Mostly lease.
Correct.
Okay. And do you have any other experience in leasing other than what you're telling us about over the last 4 years?
Other experiences?
Yes. with
Sure.
leasing. Can you
Yes,
tell us about that?
I've been in business owner for the last 16 years now.
Okay.
And prior to that, I had 13 years of hospitality management for Starwood Hotels in Boston, Massachusetts, and San Francisco. And as well as my last career was in a hotel manager at the Rittenhouse Hotel.
Okay. And how about your education? What's your education?
Sure. I have an undergraduate education, and as well as I have 2 certifications through Cornell for the hospitality management.
Okay. And these leases that you have with each of the property, I looked at the lease that we have here today, and it's close to about 20 pages. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you draft those leases?
No.
Who drafts them?
The ownership.
The ownership drafts them?
Correct.
Okay. And do you review them?
Sure.
And do you have a lawyer review them before you sign them?
No, we are not that big of an operation, so we do have to utilize whatever we have. But as we acquire resources, we do bring in professional team members as well.
So you have 350 units spread over about
70
70
units.
buildings,
Mhm.
70 leases, and you don't have any lawyers review those?
I
leases?
do have lawyer for various reasons if when necessary, but not for every single unit that is being coming to our way.
Okay. Now, you have Mr. Campbell here, who's a very good lawyer,
Correct.
correct? And prior to that time, you had Mr. Dunn from the D'Amico firm, is that right?
Correct.
Who's a very good land use lawyer. You'll agree with me on that?
Correct, absolutely.
Okay. And has Mr. Dunn done any leases for you?
No, because he did not. It was the first time that because he was in this jurisdiction that was I was able to reach out to Mr. Dunn.
Okay. Have you ever been to a zoning hearing before?
Yes, absolutely. Several of them in cities of Philadelphia.
Okay. And for what purposes have you been to zoning hearings?
For building reasons.
Okay. And do you understand the concept of zoning?
Absolutely.
And you understand that the concept of zoning breaks the city or the municipality or the township, whatever it is, into different districts. Is that right?
Correct.
And that those municipalities or cities or whatever they are, townships, have in those districts, they allow certain uses. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And how did you find out about that?
I simply go to township websites or talk to authorities.
Okay. So it's a simple process if you want to find out about it, right? You can go to the township and you can ask them for their zoning ordinance,
Correct.
and you'll look at their zoning ordinance?
Sure. Like, I mean, I'm not 100% as experts, but I mean, I go with what I'm
But
being
with
told.
350 units and 70 buildings and 16 years
Sure.
in the
Like, I mean,
hospitality
since I
business.
don't have much of the ownership in those properties. Sure. So sorry. Yeah, so most of those properties, I mean, all of those properties, they're owned with different ownerships. So it's usually required by ownerships to maintain their properties if it's a zoning issue or permits or any of those standards to meet.
But it's certainly important to you to find out what
Sure,
the zoning is
absolutely.
before you go into a property,
Sure,
correct?
absolutely.
Okay. And you know that you can go into the township and ask them to look at the zoning ordinance. Is that right?
That far, like, I mean, now I'm learning, yes, I'm becoming more expert with this property.
Okay. And in addition to that, so the zoning ordinances for most municipalities are online. Is that right?
Correct.
And you know that the zoning maps are also online and are available at the municipalities, right?
Sure, there are, but it's not necessarily I have the luxury of time to go and study into those in depth. So it would be easier for me to reach out to an authority on the phone and ask the straight questions that I need to.
So you're telling us that what you do as a practice is you go on the telephone to a municipality to find out if you have approval rather than
No,
going
not
in
that-
and looking at the zoning ordinance?
No, absolutely, that's not the case. Like, I mean, to gain the information, to gain the necessary steps that I must take to meet the requirements.
Okay. In Upper Darby, that's where we are now, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at the zoning ordinance before you signed the lease?
No,
Have you ever looked at the zoning ordinance?
I have briefly looked at it, yes.
When?
I don't recall, it was 2020.
2020?
Mhm.
Okay. Before you spent the $45,000?
Yes,
Okay. And at that time, did you look at the R3 zoning district?
I really had no full understanding what's in an R3 zoning at the time.
Well, you can read and write English, correct?
Correct,
These leases that are some 20 pages are written in English, correct?
correct,
And presumably you read that and understood it before you signed it, correct?
correct.
Okay. So, did you ever pick up the phone before you went to this site, before you signed this lease, and ask Mr. Campbell or Mr. Dunn or any of the other lawyers that might have represented you at some time if this is permissible use?
Well, I mean, for instance, for this case, I do work within multiple properties with Mr. Zhang. So I hadn't had any issues with any other properties, and we had a mutual understanding of we were taking the right measurements and necessary engagements with the township, and we were just instructed according to what we were given here.
So Mr. Zhang is the one that told you, right?
Yes,
And he's the guy that gets your rent. He's going to get 10 years of rent from you now pursuant to
Correct.
this document, correct?
correct.
And you thought take his word as to what the zoning ordinance
Well,
said?
we are, like, I mean, it's in a business partnership somewhat, so, yes.
Did Mr. Zhang go look at the zoning ordinance, do you know?
Sure, he has.
He has? Okay. And do you know when?
Pardon me?
Do you know when?
L-
Do you know when he went to look at it?
Oh, I don't know exactly what his schedules are, but he owns multiple properties, so he does.
Okay.
Like recent one, he had went through a zoning approval and completion of an daycare center in Plymouth Meeting.
Okay. So you were relying, at least in part, you were relying on Mr. Zhang, right?
Of course.
Because you trusted him. Did you ever ask Mr. Zhang if a short-term, I've got to look for the name. Sorry. Did you ever ask Mr. Wang if he saw the term, and I'm putting in air quotes for you here, okay?
Yes, sir.
Short-term housing solution for professionals in the Upper Darby zoning district? Did you ever ask him that, if that was allowed in the R3 district?
Well, we had to find out with the township, so.
Did you ever ask him, when he looked at the ordinance, if short-term housing for professionals was a term defined in the zoning ordinance?
No, that's a very in-depth question. I mean, I think that for me at the time to comprehend and research on it.
Okay. So, but you'd want to know that, wouldn't you, if you're allowed to have that use?
Sure. Well, I mean, township tells me, no, Mr. Bunul, you cannot be operating this within the system unless you meet these requirements and stuff and all that, then it's a no for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in fact, that term that you use, short-term housing solution for professionals, where did that term come from?
Okay, let's look at it this way, kind sir. The times are changing drastically. Social status are changing drastically. You like it or you don't like it. There are an existence of Uber systems. There are DoorDashes. There is Airbnbs. There is different things. Like you and myself, maybe we have done things differently historically. I live in a property that my mailbox was literally located across the street because it was done 50 years ago. But nowadays, if I have someone dropping off an Uber guest to my house or delivering food at the middle of the night, and assuming that that mailbox is in this side and ends up in that house, that person has a chance of being shot by that neighbor because wasn't expecting someone to be at their property. Okay? So with those changes and stuff and all that, yes, there is social status is changing, there is the need is changing. We could completely say ignore the fact that Airbnb or Uber isn't like drug dealers, killers, or rapers, or all of that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so
Sir,
I'm so sorry.
The
Like,
question, sir,
I'm so sorry.
Mr. Burns' question was, where does the term short-term housing solutions for professionals come from?
Sure.
And that's what we need the answer to.
Sure. Yeah, so that was came to, with the changing statuses, we are trying to appeal to the market that it makes sense for them to understand it.
So is it a term that you made up?
It's a term that made what our clientele, the consumers needed to understand better.
Okay,
And
so-
which there's a fact that there's a consumer base there.
So you made it up?
I mean, Airbnb made it up. We can tag that, yes.
Okay. Airbnb doesn't run Upper Darby Township, does it?
No, but they're global, yes.
Okay. And you can't go to Airbnb and say, the heck with Upper Darby's townships. I'm going to do what Airbnb says for short-term professional housing, correct?
I'm not sure if that question any makes sense for me.
It doesn't make sense for you?
No, like,
So would you have to get permission to operate this from the council or from Airbnb?
well, they all need to come in hand, so.
Are you objecting?
I am.
I'm sorry.
What's the objection, Mr. Campbell?
Right, it's, the question presupposes two options, neither of which might be accurate. Right? You're also asking, I'm not sure that this witness is qualified to ask it. I think Mr. Burns' question is, do you have to ask Airbnb or the township council for permission to do this?
Right.
My objection is that question presumes a fact which may not be, which is not true. You can't answer that correctly.
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
Okay, thank
Who do
you.
you have to ask for permission?
Sure, you go on, for instance, if you go on an Airbnb site and then you want to list your listing, if it makes sense, then if there's some requirements that need to be followed up, and then you follow up with the township or city requirements. And as long as you follow those guidelines, then you're good to go.
Okay. Now, tell me about, let's talk a little bit about the units themselves at this site, okay? 131.
Yes, sir.
Is it Copley? Is that how you say it? Copley? Copley? I'm not sure. Okay. Well, okay. Okay, so 131 Copley. Can you tell me, I think I heard you say there's 27 units in there. Is that correct?
Correct, according to plan.
Okay, and you advertise this on Airbnb, correct?
It is our marketing customer acquisition channel.
And you're actually a supporter of Airbnb, are you not?
Why shouldn't I be?
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you were or you weren't. I didn't say you didn't have to be. I mean,
Sure, I mean,
I guess I object to, I don't know what it means to be a supporter. I don't need to be a supporter of the Eagles,
Okay.
the Phillies, or the Sixers, but I don't know what it means to be
Okay.
a supporter of Syracuse.
Good objection, and I'll try and clear it up. Your name is Budo, correct?
correct.
I gave you one of these, right? I give you one.
Yeah.
Could I get this form? How would you like me to? Oh, you know, I'm sorry.
We just marked them in the record, and I keep the record of it.
Okay.
So, we will, you're representing Nolan.
No,
right?
right,
So
we're gonna do
Nolan
Nolan.
and
And
one.
one? Okay, all right. I'm having a lot of problems with this pen today.
Pretty much a magic theory.
It's fine. I want to show you an exhibit which I had marked as exhibit N1.
Sure.
Okay? And I'm going to hand some up to the board to see if I could, where to approach. Mr. Bruno, could you take a look at that exhibit that I marked as exhibit N1?
Sure,
You recognize that?
correct.
And can you tell me what it is?
Sure, it is one of our listed units at the Copley Road,
At Copley Road?
correct.
Is this for the operation that you have?
Yes,
This would be an advertisement that would be online?
correct.
Okay. And who prepared this exhibit?
So it was me and my team who done furnishing, in photography, listing it, managing it.
Okay. So you've seen this before?
I have, it's my unit, yes, it's my listed
Okay.
advertisement.
If you go to page 5, the 5th page, it looks like there's a note from you.
Fifth page?
Yes. that's it.
Yes. Mhm.
Now, on that page, it says contact host, doesn't it?
Correct.
Who's the host?
It's me, my team.
Okay. And your team would be Kiteville?
Correct.
Okay. And next to where it says contact host on the left-hand side, it says airbnb.org supporter. Is that right?
Correct.
So now to get rid of the mystery, what is an Airbnb org supporter?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand it.
What does that mean?
Airbnb.com.org supporter.
Yes.
That doesn't mean I currently relate to it, and you printed something online that, actually, yes, I do have listings that listed as the people that Airbnb has in a nonprofit organization, part of it. They had a promotion at the time that if I'm willing to contribute some of my living spaces for the Ukrainian refugees.
Okay.
And that becomes, I never knew that even existed here, but Airbnb marks that as an supporter of Airbnb.org.
Okay. So back to my original question.
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't really asking you if we're an Eagles fan or supporter or a Phillies supporter. You're an Airbnb supporter, aren't you?
That was one particular listing that I made it available for the refugees, yes.
Okay. And now the units that you have in Copley Road are fully furnished, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you can look at page 1 of this ad, right? It says, private room and home hosted by Budo. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that your home?
Yes.
You live there?
No, I do not. But that is a terminology that is utilized by Airbnb automatically in the system.
Does anybody live there full-time?
Sure, I do have a staff member living there full-time,
How many people live there?
one full-time
And where do they live?
in one of the units.
Okay, so does that person occupy a full unit?
Yes,
And does that person have anyone else living with them?
no,
Does that person have a car?
no,
Now, if you look under where it says private room in home hosted by Budo, there's a picture next to that. Do you know who that is?
that's my picture.
That's your picture? Okay. Look pretty good in the picture. Okay. And it says you can have 2 guests in a room, right?
Sure, I mean, some of our rooms are designed, if it's in a single bed, it's in a single guest. If it's in a queen-size bed or full-size bed, then it could have 2 guests.
What kind of bed is it pictured in the pictures above?
It's a full-size bed,
That's a full-size bed?
correct.
And how many people would sleep in that?
1 or 2,
1 or 2?
correct.
So you could rent to 2 people in that room?
Yes, if it's necessary,
Okay. Do you have any rooms that you can't fit 2 people in?
absolutely.
You do? How many?
I don't know exactly what number is. I think it's a dozen, like 12 units in that property.
Like and how many can you fit in those units?
1.
Just 1?
It's a single bed, yeah.
Okay. Do you have cots like you would have at a hotel that you can
No, I
bring
do
into the
not.
room? Okay. Now, from what you described to me, it sounds kind of like a hotel. Like I go online, I get a,
Well, yes, so I guess the terms that we are using, furnished living spaces for professional short terms, I guess you're trying to categorize it as an hotel. That's an hotel.
right. And in fact, you actually said that, didn't you? When you go back to page 5 again, back to your letter. You say fully furnished, shared, or private homes. So you consider each of these homes?
Sure, that's a copy paste for every property test we have, sir.
You call it homes? Okay. With the consistency of a hotel.
Sure.
So you mean it's consistent with the
They're
operation of a
maintaining
hotel?
meaning, yes.
Each room has a different lock on it,
Sure,
okay? So that if I go in to check into one room, I can't go into someone else's room. Is that right?
cannot, yeah.
Okay. And you have housekeeping, is that right?
Correct.
And how often is the housekeeping
They're daily.
there? How-
Every day there's a housekeeping.
Every day? And what are the duties of the housekeeper?
To maintain, to clean, to turn over, to take the trash out, making sure that everything's under order.
And where do they take the trash?
We have a dumpster outside.
Okay. I'm going to show you the exhibit that I've had marked as Exhibit N2. Could you take a look at that, please? Is that your dumpster?
Yes, it is.
And is your dumpster in a parking spot?
Correct.
So that takes up one parking spot, right?
So other cross property also has the dumpsters and 2 parking spaces.
Okay. Do you have any plans that show us how many parking spots are assigned to your unit at 131 Copland?
The ownership has that detail if needed.
So let me ask you the question. Do you have any plan, or did you present any plan to the township?
We
to
weren't
show the parking?
required with the township that we were supposed to be having parking plan for this, so I did not know that. And if any further questions maybe needed, the ownership would answer it.
So the answer to my question is no, you have
No.
not. Okay.
But as far as I know, physically, there's parking at the property.
Okay, so now let's take a look at Exhibit N2. All right, so N2 is a dumpster, right?
Correct.
And how often is that dumpster picked up by
Twice a week.
Twice a week?
Correct.
At what time of day?
I'm not sure, Monday and Thursday, I believe.
Okay, does it make any noise when it's picking that up?
Like, not sure,
Do you know what time it comes?
like around noon.
Have you ever had any complaints about noise from the dumpster?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, does the dumpster ever get full?
So it was getting full at the beginning, so we increased to 2 days a
Okay.
week.
So then, when you're operating a business like this, are there times when you have to throw out items that might not fit in the dumpster?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, even this bed that you see it in there, that is not our own property. That is dropped off by an bypasser, local contractors or neighbors. It's possible that that also happens too.
Okay, well, let's go to the next page, okay?
Sure.
What kind of bed is that?
I have no information.
look
on
like a
this.
full
This is
bed?
This is a queen size bed, and we do not have any queen size beds at this property.
You think that's a queen size bed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it's your testimony that somebody dropped that off at your dumpster
Correct.
as a gift or just?
No, it's left there. I must get rid of it. Absolutely.
Okay. How long was it there?
I don't know, but I will, as I'm being informed, so I do investigations and having team that taking care of this stuff.
Okay. How many times have beds been left at the dumpster site?
We haven't dumped any beds. All of our beds are brand new. I don't know how often neighbors are dropping off, and I'm sure they're being picked up because we are being charged additional cost by the trash company.
Isn't it true on Exhibit 15 that we have here tonight that there's a number of mattresses that were purchased as part of your $45,000?
There was, yes,
Okay. And those mattresses presumably were to replace the mattresses that were in there, correct?
possible, sure.
Well, you wouldn't put it in on top of another mattress, would you?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
And they're being discarded accordingly, sure.
right, and when you discard them accordingly, is that the way you discard them accordingly? Is just lay them next to the dumpster until the trash guy?
Yeah, honestly, this is not our mattress. I can have proofs that showing you that, and this is a very old, outdated mattress or
Okay.
mattresses.
Can you show me?
Hmm?
You said you have proof and you can show me. How are you going to do it?
Sure, I think it was in the system. So, I mean, obviously, the handbook indicates all the mattresses purchased in 2021. I don't have any size. Can I use my phone?
But
Demonstrate?
weren't there mattresses before,
Pardon me?
when you leased the place? Wasn't there mattresses?
No
in there that
mattresses,
Those
sir.
mattresses were replacing?
No.
It was just a big empty building?
Building with all kinds of trash, yes.
Then no mattresses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It says that you have professional customer service. What does that mean in your letter?
I
I'm looking at
have
it.
about 40 members regularly supporting customer with any necessities.
How many?
4.
4 team members?
4,
4, okay.
yes, sir.
And how many of them are on site at one time?
It's a centralized system that we do communications through phone, messaging boards, and email.
How many employees are on site at one time?
It is possible that there is sometimes like 4 or 5 employees.
4 or 5 employees?
Correct.
In addition to the person that lives there?
Correct.
Okay. Maintenance, what does maintenance mean? Is that housekeeping or is that something different?
Maintenance meaning is person who maintains property. If there's a light bulb or a doorknob needs to change, or there's something unsafe, or room needs to be painted, patched up. So
Okay,
that's
and would that
maintenance.
be one of the 4 or 5 team members, to be fair, that you told us about already?
Correct, yep.
Okay. And housekeeping we talked about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you had mentioned that you think the rates were somewhere around $100, is that right?
Sure, if you add the cleaning fee and other fees and stuff on top of that.
You
building-
mentioned an occupancy tax, is that right?
Correct.
Who do you pay the occupancy tax to?
Airbnb directly pays to the townships or cities that they're into.
Have you paid occupancy tax?
Absolutely.
For,
I'm sorry, you guys are
I'm sorry,
all
okay.
over each other.
okay, when you say occupancy tax, what are you talking about? What is that?
Every township and city has an rate of occupancy tax for Airbnb, and they're required to pay directly to the jurisdictions.
Does it go to the township or does it go to the county as a hotel tax?
I'm not sure, but the Airbnb pays them up directly without our direction.
And, but your charge for the night is only $39 a night?
Well, I mean, if the guests were to book, there's additional fees. For instance, we charge our guests the cleaning fee, which could be $30 to $40. And
$30 or $40?
correct.
Okay.
And that brings up the total for one night. It could be north of $100.
Well, this doesn't say that, does it?
Well, that's just in, like, obviously, all the systems would tell you, like, what's a nightly average rate. But once you end up booking it, it will give you a different figure.
Okay, it doesn't say that on here. There's no asterisk. It says might be a different figure when you come here. It says
Sure.
$39 a night, doesn't it?
Sure.
And that rate would be fairly low in this general area.
Oh,
wouldn't it?
absolutely.
It would be very low, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
And you don't want to attract people with real low rates, do you?
Like anyone that who goes through Airbnb, for instance, like an Airbnb platform with their requirements in terms of identification and verifications, and if it's an fit customer with good reviews, positive feedbacks, and that's how the system works.
So,
then everyone
so
is welcome.
just take your experience that you have in the hospitality industry. I think you
Yes,
told me
sir.
there were 16 years, right?
Correct.
So do you have any experience as to what kind of characters you get with respect to a $39 rent as opposed to a $200 rent?
Sure, but at the same time, we are not offering a Ritz-Carlton, so.
Right.
At the same time, we are not offering a Ritz-Carlton style hotel.
So what style hotel are you offering?
It's in furnished living spaces. I guess you don't like that term, so.
No, I'm
Or
just
the-
asking you. You say you're not offering the Ritz-Carlton. I didn't know if
So
there was
like,
a.
I mean, it's if say, for instance, professional who might be getting a entry-level bank job or retail job and who's not making a lot of money. So there may be someone paying 39 plus the other fees and stuff paying, it could be reasonable until they can relocate themselves home or next place.
Okay. So if you look at page 2,
Of
this place offers a kitchen?
It has 2 shared kitchens that which were existing, and we kept existing kitchens.
So you have a kitchen there, right? What's in the kitchen?
It's just a residential appliances, supplies,
What kind of residential appliances?
fridge, a stove, microwave, coffee maker,
Okay.
and utensils,
And who uses them?
the guest.
Okay. And I think you said earlier in your testimony that there are no health inspections done at this site?
It's a residential setting, so health inspections are not required for Airbnb properties if needed.
Okay. It says free parking on the premises. Correct?
Sure.
Okay. And what, how many parking, you don't know how many parking spots there are, though?
I said about a dozen there adjoined to the property, but my understanding is that there's multiple.
1,000?
12 parking.
12.
I'm
Okay.
saying dozen, I'm sorry, my accent. Yeah, it's more than 12. So.
Now, it says show all 22 amenities. What are the other 22 amenities that you have there?
It's listed probably there.
No, I don't have that. That's what I was asking you.
Sure, it says Wi-Fi, dedicated workspace, they have a desk, chair, they have air conditioning. They have, if they needed to iron their things, they have an ironing board. They have towels, they have pillows, they have kitchen supplies, they have shampoos, they have hand soap, so they have the basic necessities that you would find in every residential home.
And every hotel.
Sure.
Now, you also have, you look on that page, it says report this listing, and above that it says, this is a rare find. Is that right? You think this is a rare find?
Yes, that is an Airbnb algorithms that they're utilizing according to previous state guests and their rating rates and stuff and all that satisfactions. They kind of bump their marketing purposes like
Okay, now,
in
when
out of my.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. That was rude.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did
So
you finish?
that is an Airbnb algorithms that they would use that they could say various names for every listings. Like, I mean, that they think it makes sense marketing wise.
Okay. So when you were testifying in response to the questions from Mr. Campbell, there was some questions about, I don't know whether it was Mr. Campbell or it could have been Jim, I'm forgetting your last name. I'm so sorry.
Gallagher.
Jim Gallagher, Mr. Gallagher. You said that you are, in the peak season, you're 75% full, right?
Correct.
And right now, you're only 40%.
Correct.
Right. So what's the peak season?
It would be more like summers. So when people are traveling more, people are going conventions, more work assignments and stuff. Now that it's holiday season and that usually that's a typical slow time in terms of traveling and.
Okay. And for how long does the off-season last? We were only booked 40%.
Yeah, so it could last like about 3-4 months.
Okay. And then you said that it goes to 75%. Is that right?
Yeah, so that could be graduation season, for instance, in May.
Is there ever any time when it's 100% booked?
We haven't experienced that.
What's that?
We haven't experienced that, no.
You haven't experienced that?
No.
But on your advertisement, you say Budo's place on Airbnb is usually fully booked. Doesn't that say that on that advertisement?
That doesn't mean referring all the properties. That's a one particular listing.
But this ad.
Yeah,
is
it could be
talking
guests
about
that who's
the
staying
road,
for
isn't it?
3 months straight. So that's it's usually booked.
I didn't understand that one. I'm sorry.
So it's a possible that guest made a booking for 3 months. So that means it shows up in the system. It's always booked.
That means fully booked.
Booked, exactly.
Okay.
Is this mine to keep?
No, that's going to be for the board.
Sure, absolutely. Mhm.
I want to show you an exhibit that I've had marked as exhibit N3. You recognize that?
Correct, yep.
What is that?
It's our common area kitchen.
Right? And you say there's 2 of them?
Correct,
Okay, both on the same floor?
correct.
Okay, both about the same size?
One is smaller,
One is smaller? Okay,
Correct.
this is the larger one?
correct,
Okay, and there's an oven in there?
correct.
Oven in the smaller one?
That is microwave, yes, small one.
Smaller one has a microwave, not an
It's a
oven.
microwave, yes. Mhm. The small one that you see in the counter is in a microwave.
Okay. Is there an oven in any of them? In either kitchen?
Just in a regular range with the stove and oven in the bottom.
Right, okay,
Mhm.
all right. There appears to be a table over here. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a shelf.
Right here?
It's a shelf.
What's it a shelf for?
It's just for the guests to drop their supplies if needed.
Looks like there's a trash can under that shelf, is there?
Sure, I mean, guests, they have to discard their uses and stuff.
How often is that room cleaned?
But daily,
Okay. How about if there's guests using it?
it could vary. Some guests never use a kitchen. Some guests do takeout. Some guests maybe wants to put a sandwich together.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about the price for the hotel, correct? I mean, with the 93 to 100 and whatever, right? And the appearance of the place would make a difference as to what the price of the place would be, correct?
No, I think that's an irregular average market in general in Philadelphia. That rate is even lower in Philadelphia.
Let me show you the exhibit that I have marked.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Can I ask you if you recognize that?
Sure. That's the staircase.
And does that accurately reflect the way the staircase looks now?
Sure.
And what is that on above the railing? It looks like on the wall. I'll show you what I'm doing.
That is absolutely, I'm sure maybe you're referring as mold. This property completely painted, and that's in an older dent area that was covered because the original concrete that was applied, it has an texture, and this doesn't have texture. So the applied paint is just a kind of showing up as a stain.
So it looks like that now, though. This is what it would look like if I went in that hallway.
Sure, but that is absolutely not something that life-threatening or anything. It's not a mold.
Okay. You said that you don't have health inspections, and there was some documents that you showed about a sprinkler system.
It's not the fire sprinklers, it's fire system.
Fire system?
Correct.
What's the difference between a fire system and a sprinkler system?
Fire system, if there isn't smoking or fire or anything, the siren goes on and it just alarms gas to exit.
So just like a fire alarm?
Exactly.
Okay. No sprinklers?
No.
Any fire hydrant, or not fire hydrants, fire extinguishers?
Extinguishers, yes.
How many?
I don't know exactly how many, but there is sufficient numbers of in each floor.
Show you what I've marked as N5. You recognize that? Do you recognize that?
Sure.
What is it?
It's a common area walking hallway and the living area of the kitchens.
Okay. And in the top, over the corner, I'm going to show you the little red.
Yes, sir.
Is that the fire system you're talking about? How many of them are there?
They're
Throughout the building?
according to the plan that was presented to township.
You don't know how many of them off the top of your head? I'm not saying you have to, I just didn't know.
No, I do not have on top of my hand, but it's
Okay.
done according to township plan that
Okay.
was submitted.
What is this picture of? What is that? What does it represent?
It's just a common area.
A common area?
Mhm.
Now, you had mentioned a couple times that this was a home. Does that look like a home
Sure,
with a common area like that?
sure.
Okay. What's the table there?
It's a dining table.
Okay, do people eat dinner there?
Sure.
The improvements that you made are reflected in Exhibit 15, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And that's the cost that you expended, correct?
Sure, that was my cost of, in addition, the cosmetics and fixtures and,
Okay, so do we have that exhibit? Can I just look at that?
sure, there's a copy.
So these costs, and I don't know how to do this, I'm not trying to hide.
Sure, please, yes. Mhm.
Would you be offended if I come close to you now?
Please, yes, absolutely. Sorry. Thank you. Mhm.
And I'm looking at page 2, okay? Because page 1 is really just mainly your, well, there is a dining chair there, right? There's an upholstered dining chair,
Yes,
and that costs $369?
it's two of them. It's a set.
What does it say where it says quantity?
Quantity one set.
Does it say one set?
Quantity one set, but it is 2 units.
Am I going crazy or? did somebody give me a copy?
Well, I
Is
mean,
it
maybe
one
you should
set? Does
start
it say
shopping on
quantity or
Wayfair,
does
so
it
to
say
understand
one?
during. So this is quantity, meaning for 2 units, it's one set.
What it says, one.
Okay, well, I can just show you on the
I
Wayfair.
think we've asked and answered that question.
Okay. So then we go to the next page, right? And there's a charge for $665, correct?
Yes,
And that's for a 15-inch massaging zero-gravity adjustable bed with wireless remote.
correct.
For $39 or for $109 with tax, you get a 15-inch massaging zero-gravity bed with a wireless remote
Sure.
in every room?
Not all of them.
Is there
Some.
something special about that room that gets that bed?
We are just testing, experimenting, just like sometimes like, look, it was pandemic. We are shopping this through dirt. Like, I mean, we can't see the product, actual product. So we are getting one product to understand what does make sense or not.
Okay.
Obviously, it didn't make sense.
Then the next couple pages, it looks like maybe the next six or seven pages, right? Talk about beds that were purchased, correct?
Yes, sir.
All for use in this entity?
Yes.
How many beds are in your place?
So it is 27 units, and that is total 27 bed frames, and some of them may have broken replacements, may have bought.
Okay. Are all these materials purchased at Wayfair?
Some Wayfair, some Amazon, some IKEA, which I don't have here, some Walmart. It was pandemic, and it was very difficult to go to any physical locations to locate this.
Okay. Now, it looks like on January 14th, there was another, I'm trying to just help you, I don't mean to offend you,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
please, no, you're fine.
Okay, so it says 7 upholstered dining chairs, is that right?
Correct.
And that's what, $66, isn't it?
Just for one of them, and total is 267.
Okay, and when it says total is 267, right? Take a look at what the quantity is there.
Sure.
What is it?
Look, I mean, independent sellers are on platforms such as such as Wayfair. Some could do in a package selling one individual. Some could sell 6 units all at once, one
Okay,
unit.
and I'll let you explain all that, but tell me what it says there. The quantity.
It's 4 quantities, that means 4 chairs, individual.
Right.
Mhm.
So when the other one, when it said one quantity. that
But it's
means
2 chairs.
But this one means.
Different sellers, yes. They're different
Okay,
sellers.
and that, if you times the 4 times the unit price, it comes out to the $285.71, correct?
Correct. But different product, different quality, different
Right.
seller.
Now, the next page, it looks like you purchased a dining room table for $1,700.
Correct.
Where in that house is there a $1,700 dining room table?
It's an common area type thing, material that could be used.
Is it this table here that we're looking at here?
No, probably it's maybe, yeah, it's 1 floor upstairs maybe.
What, do you know?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And you paid $1,799 for that?
Correct, yeah.
You didn't think that was a little extravagant?
It's a business expense, so.
Right. Could that table be moved to one of your other properties if you wanted to use it somewhere else?
It's possible that other furniture's moved to this location.
And in fact, all the things that you purchased here, I'm sorry.
So this was, like, things has changed. Like, I mean, we could buy furnitures and their use could maybe change. For instance, at some point, we had purchased 24 units of bed frames and they all destroyed within 3 months. So it's possible that they're replaced or moved or to meet the needs of it, but purchases during the period time or specific bank accounts are used for particular locations.
Or you could
But-
share them between your different units. Nothing's stopping you from doing that, right?
Sure.
Um, Then as we go to the back, of this exhibit A15, I shouldn't really say the back, it's kind of the middle, but it looks like you start purchasing cleaning supplies and whatnot, right? And shampoo,
Sure,
detergent,
sure. We
Right.
provide our guests with those.
and that all was in with the $45,000 that you're claiming that you spent as a result of getting this permit, is that right?
Possible, I mean, yes.
You could take all that stuff to one of your other 325 properties, couldn't you?
Well, I mean, property is designed, it has needs of, like, for instance, our, each unit cost is like around $1,600 typically. In
Okay.
terms of combination of common area furnishing, artworks and furnitures and supplies and all that.
Okay. Now, you said you had the police there just one or two times, is that right?
It could have been more or less, I don't know.
Well, it's a little bit important to me, so do you know whether it's more or less?
Sure.
Is it more or less?
Yeah,
Or is it
so
one or two?
like, I mean, there was the two cases that the guest was refusing to check out. And there was a case that the couple had an argument that was removed from. the
Any other
property.
kind of altercations out there?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And you said that, you had a manager on site because you wanted to be able to communicate with the neighbors, is that right?
Sure.
And I don't know if you know anybody here, but do you recognize any of the neighbors here?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you know if your managers ever talked to any of these folks?
Well, I mean, that was after we understanding that the taste that the neighbors have it, so we implemented the manager to be at the site and part of his role to make sure that he engages. But
Okay, and when you got that understanding, I guess that's recently, right? Is that what you're
Right.
saying? When do you think that was?
Sure. This was about a month ago.
Okay, and if you had the same manager from when you opened until now,
It would have been different, sure.
would have been different or the same one?
Sure. It would have been different, probably.
How many different ones?
Hmm?
How many different managers?
No. If I had other managers, no, I didn't have, prior to that, I had another manager who also lived at the property since we opened, yes.
Okay,
But that was total two.
okay. So when you learned that there were some problems with the neighbors,
Correct.
right? Recently, you just said that, okay?
Well, the problem is that there are misunderstanding, perception, and that needed to be brought to daylight.
What's the misperception?
Just as we said it, like, I mean, as in drug rehabilitation center.
Okay. Anything
So
else?
That is yeah, well, I mean, if you're saying that, then obviously you can think of any other scenarios as well.
Well, I'm asking you if you know of any.
No.
Did you ever, when you heard that there was some complaints from the neighbors, did you ever call in your one or two employees that were managers and say, hey, what the heck is going on?
Absolutely.
These neighbors are complaining. Did they tell you it was only one or two times?
Sure.
That's
Like,
what they told you, it was only one or two times.
Yeah, so there are like, I mean, unnoticed issues, like, I mean, if there was something that out of line and stuff, so it's been maybe over the years, like a few times, but our goal is to improve that every time we get in a problem, we have reactive approach to solve the problems.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, thanks.
Thank you.
So I'm going to add, we have two other parties that have yet to ask questions, Mr. Tunis and Ms. Goldman. You don't have to. My question was, how long are you going to be? So if you have a under 5 minutes, even more so, please come forward and ask your questions. And I'm assuming similar for you, Ms. No, not at the same time. we can't handle that. But just so all the parties are aware, at this point, given the late hour, we're going to allow Mr. Tunis and Ms. Goldman to ask any questions of this witness, and then we are going to recess for the evening and continue this hearing. We will re-advertise so that once we determine when the continued hearing is going to be, and we can have all the parties available. We'll get into that after these two parties, and we can do redirect and recross and everything at the continued hearing, as well as additional witnesses. So
I mean no disrespect, and I don't want to delay anything, but can I just be excused for a second? You can go forward with that.
as long as you're okay with us proceeding.
Yes, I'm fine.
Go ahead.
Okay, and just a quick question. If we are to recess, if there's an opportunity for, at the next meeting for residents to be able to speak a little bit earlier, many of the residents adjacent to these properties are seniors, and I just want them to be able to get their voices heard.
We understand that, and our hope is always that we're not here for 4 or 5 hours, but the procedure of the zoning hearing board is to take public comment, so people are able to offer thoughtful comment after all the testimony is heard. However, if there are people here this evening who are unable to attend a future hearing or would like to offer their public comment tonight, I think we can afford them a brief opportunity if they can't return. So we'll let you two go
Thank you.
briefly, and then we'll see if there's anybody who wants to put comment on the record.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Sir, good afternoon. I mean, good evening or good night. Yeah, it's going to be good morning soon. Okay, so not going to reiterate what the person before me said. I just want to kind of ask about the process,
Yes,
right? So you said prospective customers have 2 avenues they can go to book at your location: on your site and through Airbnb.
correct.
You also referenced that you do background checks. What's the mechanism? How does that work? If you could just explain the process as if the person was going through Airbnb,
Sure.
right? How does that process work, especially if you can emphasize on the background checks? Is there a third party?
Sure.
How does it work?
Sure. Yeah, Airbnb do have a system that integrates into this whole process as well as the host, as the business operator, if you decide to set those credentials. For instance, we require that every guest must have an identification. Every guest must go through Airbnb protocol in terms of qualifying as a guest, financially, background checks, and as far as guests having historical stays and according to feedbacks and reviews from other guests as well. So these are all part of that process in terms of selecting a guest.
Okay, and I just want to give you full disclosure. I am an Airbnb user,
Sure.
so I'm kind of a little bit aware of the process.
Well,
But I just
feel
want
better. Thank you for
to,
understanding.
yeah, I'm a little too close to this property to actually look into it. But my question is back to the background. You said Airbnb requires ID. What exactly background check? Is it going through a third
Sure.
party?
Let's look at it
Somebody
this way.
referenced, I'm sorry. I want to make sure she hears everything. I don't want us talking over each other. The person that spoke before me, Mr. Gallagher, referenced Megan's Law, and you did say yes. They have to go through all that. My question is, what is the mechanism? When you're on the interface, and keep in mind, you're speaking to someone that uses Airbnb.
Sure.
So what is the mechanism for background checks?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
so like for instance, one approach is that if guests say violated one of our rules and we end up canceling the stay, and of course this guest has a way of going in there and creating a new user ID and stuff and all that, making a new booking, right?
Yeah.
And 99% that guest will be caught, whether it is their phone numbers entered, whether it is their identification entered, whether it is their credit cards used, and using those credentials to make sure that this doesn't recur, who doesn't fit in that community. So, as far as other things that there has been 1 or 2 cases in our other properties in the city. For instance, the postal inspections reached out to us that there was an ideal delivery made to a property as terms of like a box or package or could be anything. So the beauty of our business model is that we are fully transparent to cooperate and to assist any local law enforcement with their needs. So we were able to go into the guest information, data, and stays, and to validate, make sure that that information is all correct or to begin with. And also it is aligned with the set Airbnb policy and as well as the guest privileges. And we make sure that all of these followed through, that it creates a safer and better environment for all the stakeholders.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, the background check is essentially the customer's experience with Airbnb, whether they rented in the past, they were a bad renter, the previous host left a bad review for them. But when it comes to criminal background, FBI, what mechanism is being used for that?
Sure. Yeah. So, again, Airbnb do have that platform. So, as no host, as in business, if you require that, we are informing our guests that this process is taking place. Like for instance, we could get in a reservation inquiry, but it won't be complete until that process, identification, verifications, and all that is done. So obviously, we don't even have a way of accepting that reservation because that requirement hasn't met. So there is multiple levels that we can process this. So sure, there are a few incidents that happens, like, it could be a parent making a reservation for their son or brother or sister. But if that guest is in somewhat violates in any types of set rules and standards, we do have necessary measurements to follow through. So we do have safety and security team members who regularly visits our properties and responds to any issues that we have. For instance, we do have, as a professional host within Airbnb, we have a further relationship with the support system on Airbnb side to address any issues that we are experiencing with our guests.
Okay, so if I hear you correctly, there's no mechanism that you have in place outside of Airbnb to check criminal background. When people do apply, you can verify the guest based on their record with Airbnb.
Yeah, so
but if
basically, we look at it like, if someone is traveling from Netherlands and they're here for a week and they have five-star reviews, and that gives us enough of information, and especially they're required to provide an identification, address, phone number, email, pictures in many cases. So that gives us enough of proof to process that guest.
So pictures, ID,
Reviews,
full name
feedback.
gives you enough background information to know if somebody may be registered as a sex offender, or someone may have a criminal background.
Sure.
So that's comfortable enough for you to approve or deny the request. All right, let's just move along. You also mentioned the community and how much value this is bringing into community.
Absolutely.
When you were having issues with the zoning board, did you reach out to any of your local elected officials that represent you on a local level?
No, we have zero.
Are you aware of who your council member is?
No, and I assume you're a councilman.
That could be true. So you said when it comes to cars, right? You mentioned that it's one guest per bedroom, but the Airbnb list is 2 guests per bedroom. If I guess they're a couple or.
Sure.
Yeah. So how does it work if those 2 people have cars? Is there a car check-in? Is there a car pass like that you give people customers? Let's just say customers.
Sure.
Is there a pass that you give? Is it valid from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., valid from check-in, check-out?
Sure. Yeah. So we have not found that necessity with the given parking spaces and not experiencing any of the issues.
Okay.
If that is the case, certainly we have the ability of optimizing technology to counter those issues.
Okay. Just to reference, how many parking spots? I just need a
It's
reminder.
more than 12 parkings, my understanding, right adjoined to the property.
Representative will have, our next witness will speak.
Right here. So Okay, so do you know if you have enough unit per parking space?
Oh,
Parking
absolutely.
space for each unit?
If you have an occupancy rate of like average like 60%, and then maybe 30% of guests has parking or requirement for a parking, and that number adds up maybe fewer.
Okay, you also mentioned you had safety patrol. Is that for the interior or the interior and exterior of the building?
I'm sorry, one more time, safety?
Yeah, you mentioned, or maybe I misheard you, correct me if I'm wrong,
Sure.
that you have safety patrol
Safety and security team members,
team members. Okay, are these members armed?
not necessarily, no.
And what are their normal hours?
Well, say for instance, one of our team members who's a retired officer in Philadelphia, so who's well aware of laws and regulations and requirements that needs to be processed. So our idea is to make sure that we treat our guests with fair dignity, and as well as making sure that anyone at the properties or neighbors or employees that they're safe.
Okay, and so they're on call, or do they have like a schedule?
No, they do have schedules, and if there isn't any emergencies arises, and we haven't, like for instance, there was in one of our properties in Philadelphia, we had an incident, and within 20 minutes, we had 14 members were at the property.
Totally understand, but I just want to keep in mind that I really want to focus on Copley Road. Okay, that's kind of the item before us today. So on the Copley Road, I would say campus, right? Is there a safety patrol? Or
Absolutely.
how many hours do they work a week?
Sure, we have a full-time.
So 40 by 40 hours?
Individual, like, I mean, who's there.
All right, thank you. So you also mentioned that there's no smoking or drinking.
Absolutely, we do not have any.
So how do you handle people that may be smoking or drinking adjacent on the exterior of the property, i.e. the parking lot in front of the?
Sure, typically, we do not acquire anyone to smoke, drink anywhere near the property.
So you have no designated smoking zone. So if people are out there doing those activities, what is the consequence?
Well, I mean, if someone is doing in the street, what can I do?
Well, in the parking lot adjacent to your property or on your property.
Well,
in
I
front.
mean, if it's in smoking cigarette, I guess that's not a crime. Like, I mean, if it's in some type of misuse of drugs or alcohol, absolutely not.
So, yeah, so customers are allowed to go outside and smoke
Absolutely.
and drink. I'm sorry, are customers allowed to go outside and smoke?
A cigarette,
Yeah, and or drink?
absolutely not drink.
Okay,
No drinking or other misconduct.
okay, not to keep you too long, who is your competition?
Well, I mean, I haven't looked at in that model. Like, I mean, so it's like we are a part of a community that which is largely growing every year, like by 2-3 times. And Airbnb today is like $112 billion company. So I'm not sure if there's a different category. Like if you categorize us with hotels, you would say hotels, but I don't think we are direct competing, because I think we are not direct competing with the hotels. Like, I mean, our clientele base is way different. So that, like matter of fact, many studies has done that cities, townships overall, they see significant value in the services that creates convenience, such as Airbnb or Uber, in terms of improvements. And matter of fact, like, I mean, we could have an events or activity in this township, or we have 2026 World Cup is coming to Philadelphia. So there is a huge gap that needs to be filled with the space that even hotels can supply that demand.
Okay, so
And,
would it be fair to say hotels are one of your competition?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about the short-term housing solution for professionals, which you say is a term that your company uses. What do you define as a professional? Are you asking people, like, can you provide employment information? What's the definition?
Sure.
I mean, how do you define a professional?
Sure. Yeah. So it could be any level. So there is absolutely, we're not going to go out there and look, you're not a doctor and you don't qualify in this position, right? So you could be a chef at next door local area who's looking to relocate just because you got a job there. That's a profession to us. It could be a consultant who's in town to work in Comcast Center within the convenience of train, being in Upper Darby for 2 months as a consultant. So that's a profession. So
Okay, thank you. And in closing, just a couple quick things. You do not have a rental license, right?
for the moment, no, we are required to meet some credentials, which we have made the improvements, and we are expecting to be done.
And your location, is it handicap accessible?
Pardon?
Is it handicap accessible?
No, the building's code is not designed, I mean, originally not designed to be served as a handicap, and we are not promoting as a handicap location.
So if I'm
And
a,
some of other properties do have handicap.
let's just talk about Copley Road.
No.
So if I'm a handicap professional looking for a short-term housing solution, this will not be the best location for me.
No, it won't be, and we do have other options to supplement.
Understood. Just a quick question for the board. Is, just from my own knowledge, because I'm learning every meeting, is there any consequence or anything for any statements that may have not been accurate by a sworn witness? Just asking.
In this context, the court has no power of contempt or anything. However, the court does, man. I'm not used to doing this at 11:15 at night. The board will take all testimony for the value that it will afford it and give, it'll weigh all the testimony given for its credibility in making its decision, if that answers your question. So if there's something that the board determines is inaccurate or a misrepresentation, it will weigh it against what it feels is truthful in determining credibility and making its findings of fact.
Thank you.
No.
No pain.
So Ms. Goldman?
Okay, so you have fire alarms, right?
Correct.
No fire sprinklers or anything.
Yes,
Do you have carbon monoxide detectors in there?
correct.
And how are they located?
I'm sorry, I can't, I'm not.
I'm sorry.
Did you answer no sprinklers or anything?
And no sprinklers, but we do have an certified fire system that was put in the plan according to requirement.
And carbon monoxide detectors?
Yes, that's part of it.
How are they dispersed?
They're ideally located in every area and room as well.
Okay, so you have peak seasons where it fluctuates and gets more people in there. Is there any accommodations that you have to make when the volume increases in your residency?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When you get more people coming in, customers coming in wanting to stay there, is there any accommodations you have to make when the numbers go up?
No, absolutely. We just stick with whatever our capacity is.
Okay, so on a given graduation season,
Mhm.
okay, is there enough to accommodate everybody in every area? Cars, housing, amenities inside, dumpsters outside?
Sure, yeah. So we have all the resources needed to support our 27 units in that property. And
Increase the number of dumpsters that you have?
sure, if it's necessary.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
on-
initially we had it once a week. Now it's twice a week. If it's necessary, we'll do it 3 times. We'll put 2 dumpsters if needed.
So on the past Labor Day holiday weekend,
Yes.
September 5th, I have a picture of the dumpster overflowing.
Mhm.
I have pictures of trash outside
Sure.
of the dumpster.
Mhm.
There was only one dumpster.
Sure, yes.
And
So-
you only always have one dumpster, or do you increase that number? Or
We
do you
increased the
plan-
number of pickups. We increased the number of pickups, and because we are to address that issue, and also we had in a period that, for instance, we had the experience of picking up company. It took a little bit of time for the driver to get used to it and know the address really well, and they had turnovers as well. And they it may have been in a different location. The pickup may have been difficult for a truck because someone parked in the area. So we have addressed all those issues and to address it accordingly. And we have increased the amount of pickups to twice, and so far it's doing well. If it's necessary, we'll make that adjustment accordingly.
Do the dumpsters have lids and locks?
Yes, we have lids and locks.
Always supposed to be closed?
Yes, But despite we have this issue, obviously it's no one's problem, but we could have an independent contractor driving by knowing that there is a dumpster, they will make attempts to drop things in the sidelines and stuff, which has been the case in multiple cases.
Okay.
But we do acquire extra cost to get rid of that as accordingly as well.
Is there any emergency plan inside of the building so that if there is an emergency, a fire, prayerfully not, where individuals have to get out? You have how many floors? 3?
It's 3 floors and with the 4 exits.
So if someone was on the top floor, is there landscaping outside of the building for them to get out?
Sure. Yeah, there is 2 stairways that they can exit, and I'm sorry. And also, if we don't have exterior stairs and stuff to exit if it needed, we don't. But the township, obviously, according to plan, it's finding necessary sufficient for our drawing, and if it's needed, we would have added more.
And when they come in, do you inform them of an escape plan if in the event, or they just come in and become situated?
Pardon me, I'm sorry. The guest?
When they come visit and stay at the 131 Copley, is there instructions on what to do in the event of
Oh,
emergency?
absolutely. So we do have all kinds of guidelines, and it could be our manual, it could be our rules, it could be our amenities that we inform our guests accordingly through technology.
And how long have you been actually functioning as an Airbnb with short-time rental? How long
Sure,
have you been
about
functioning?
4 years now.
4 years, and how, at 131 Copley?
No, we started operating in Copley November 2021,
Okay.
and
has
it
it
took
been
us a year to get the place up and running according to codes.
Has it been inspected prior to?
Sure, for the inspections in terms of getting final walkthroughs and getting all the blessings.
And when is your next inspection?
That is, this has came along, so we are going through this process. So usually we expect the township to give us necessary guidelines to.
And again, Hafiz did speak on smoking, but is there a designated location outside of the building for your tenants to smoke at?
No, like, I mean, our rule is to make sure that nobody smokes anywhere near the property, like to avoid, because we could have guests with the asthmas or, type of things. And
Do you have any complaints with the Airbnb, Better Business Bureau?
not necessarily, no.
There is one on there. Yes.
With
Do you have a
Airbnb?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, it is possible. Not that I'm aware of it, but please also, if you look at this listing, we have almost like 6,000 reviews. So it's possible that one cases could here happen. Everyone cannot be happy at all times.
So if someone violates your rules or ordinance within your building, what do you do?
Absolutely canceling the stay and having removed the property. That's the agreement that we have with every single guest.
So automatic eviction? Is an automatic eviction if they violate?
Absolutely.
Okay. And do they get refunded? the
And
money?
matter of fact, not only they're evicted, but also they're flagged not to be booked in any other hosts or through our system ever again.
And do they get refunded or they just get?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, the full amount that they're due.
Whatever they haven't used and whatever we think is necessary,
Prorated.
the right measurement, and we find the balance. Thank you.
And one more question.
Sure.
Do you plan on getting 2 dumpsters during the summer months?
If necessary, absolutely. Why not?
Okay, all right, that was my last one. It's the dumpsters, and
Sure.
that's about the community
Sure.
and infestation.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldman. Okay. So we're gonna pause here. When we convene again on this application, we will pick up with redirect and the whole process again before we move forward off of this witness. Given the, I'm trying to balance it here, but given the late hour, I think we can allow for maybe of 5 minutes of public comment for anyone who absolutely cannot be here at a future hearing. I know, ma'am, you're raising your hand. Is there anybody who absolutely who cannot be here at a future hearing? Okay, ma'am, if you'd like to come forward to the microphone, is there anything, do you need any assistance? While this resident comes forward, I'll just say, I don't know if we can, but she's on her way. Let me just do the housekeeping in the meantime. We will, at the end of this hearing, we will continue. We're not going to continue to a date certain. I will reach out because we re-advertise. We're not sure if it will be at our regular meeting or a special meeting, but I will reach out to all parties and their counsel to ensure that we have a date where everybody can be here. We will re-advertise in the paper, and we will ask the applicant, will you agree to repost the property for the subsequent hearing? Thank you. I appreciate that. Ma'am, if you'd like to come forward. Sir, you can step down.
First of all, I just want to say yes, my name is Victoria Warner. Yes. I live at the Elysian Senior Apartments. And I want to say thank you for letting me speak this evening, because it has been a sacrifice for every one of us who represent where we live. Adjacent to this property that they have been running, not in the way in which it has been presented here tonight, is 2 senior buildings representing approximately 100 seniors. We use the same adjacent parking lot. Over this past summer, what I have in my hand here, and I would like to give to each of you all, is a letter stating some of the issues that we have been seeing at Elysian and Atkinson Apartments since the spring of this year. People moving in and out of the property in question almost daily. Significantly increased amount of traffic, noise and music, often throughout the night. Multiple people frequently smoking marijuana in the open parking lot area. Increased number of times when the police have been called to this area. And it has reached to the point where the police now often are parked inside of our parking lot almost every night because of the complaints that have come forth over the last few months. There's a reason why this owner was asked whether this was a drug facility. And the reason why that was asked was because of the type of traffic that has come through this parking lot, including cars with dark tinted windows, obviously some type of transaction outside of the car windows with someone standing outside of the car. I'm not sure what they use to define the word professional, but to me, our area is not the type of area that professionals, I think of professionals as business people, that they will come to for a short stay. Number one, most of the people that come in and out of this facility come with trash bags, various types of bags, very few suitcases, very few types of luggage that somebody would have as a business person. We have yet to see that coming in and out of this building. There's been frequent times when cars with dark windows pull into the parking lot and people go to the cars and there's a type of exchange made. There's an increased incidence of young men and women arguing outside of the building, fussing and fighting back and forth. They are not only using the one dumpster that is right out in front of their building, but from the distance between their building to the closest senior building to them is just a little wider than this building, right, this room right here. Their dumpsters on this side. On this side of the parking lot is the dumpster for Atkinson. The people from their building use the dumpster for Atkinson as well as their own dumpster. There have been daily, for a long time, there have been daily mattresses thrown out, brought out of their building, and placed alongside of those dumpsters, including the one for Atkinson, almost daily, coming out of their building. It's okay to have things written on a piece of paper and to describe what it's meant to be, but it's another thing to live it. That building that they are using in 2019, 2019, they attempted to get this building zoned as a home for unwed mothers. They had to put a notice for zoning up on the building. There was no notice for a zoning request placed on the building before they changed their decision to use this building. They tried to bystep these same complaints that we're experiencing now is our concerns that we had in 2019 with the homes for unwed mothers. It's the same type of situation. The only difference is the age of the population. Our concerns was increased traffic, possibility of drug increased traffic, because a lot of the unwed mothers, and I don't have a problem against them, I was one, but along with them would come gentlemen and their male friends with their drug activity. The very same things we are experiencing now with this building doing what they're doing is what we spoke against in 2019, and they sidestepped that and tried to sneak in the back door. They did sneak in the back door. They placed no notice of intent of use for that building with the types of activities that they have going on. As far as people not being able to smoke in that building, they do. We see them standing inside the doors, the hallway, and in that building smoking. They stand outside the building smoking. The parking lot is sometimes so filled with marijuana smoke that the residents from our buildings cannot sit outside. You're talking about 2 senior buildings. What I don't understand, he tried to present it as a value to the community. First thing, as a business person, that you are supposed to do when you desire to provide a service or a business is to survey the immediate surroundings geographically of the area that you're going to provide the service to. How could they seek to provide this type of situation in an area that is 2 senior buildings with over 100 seniors? What about our homes? What about our safety? We were there when they came and set up this ruse that they're talking about, a short stay for professionals. The types of professionals that we're seeing, we live here. The types of girls and guys that we see meeting up out front is not necessarily the type of professional that's being presented here tonight. But I would venture to say most of it is the oldest profession, as they say, that we're aware of. And so I thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to leave this with you. Many of us could not come because we had people in wheelchairs. You saw the one woman, she had to leave, who came in a wheelchair. I have a letter here from another one who's in a wheelchair. She wrote a letter. We have petition signs here from some of the members, some of the seniors who live in our 2 buildings. Many of them were afraid to sign the petitions because they're afraid that there may be some retaliation against us. We're not afraid. We're here tonight. We turned out in 2019, and we're here tonight. Since 2019, there are about 15 of us who came then who are no longer with us because of age, because of sickness, because of debilitating physical condition, because of death. But we're here tonight to represent the seniors. We need to be considered. I don't know why this owner, who claims to have the interests of the community in mind, why doesn't he put something in that building that's conducive to a senior and population, that he's in a direct parking lot? The part of the parking lot that they have, which is the upper level, only contains about 12 spaces. He's right. And that's the only spaces that they are supposed to use. The bottom parking lot that they have been using belongs to the 2 senior buildings. The other bottom parking lot belongs to the church, but there's people are using them. We have beer cans being left in the parking lot. Never had it before. We had a case of empty beer bottles pushed up underneath one of our seniors' cars. We have people hanging around all times of night, all night long, when the weather's not, when it's not inclement outside. It's one thing to talk about it on paper, but it's another thing to live it. So I want to thank you again for your patience, for your tolerance to allow us to speak, and I'm not sure who I should hand these to.
Ma'am, I will take them. Just one question on the letters. Are the letters all from people who are not present tonight? Or
The
are any-
letters are all from, no, some of the people present here tonight are on this petition.
So the board does not accept petitions generally or letters from people who are not in attendance.
Okay,
But we will happily take written submissions from people who are here tonight.
okay.
So if you want to provide one copy of those letters, the board will take them and give them the weight that is appropriate.
Yes, now what I can do, because what we did, we have it, they're listed by each floor, like say the first floor and the residents on that floor all sign. Some of them are here and some of them are not.
Okay, so we don't take petitions at all.
Okay.
But if it's a letter, we can take it.
Okay, so what I can do is by the time the next hearing comes up, if we're not able to make it, I can have it provided to the councilman or through the lawyer. And we will have the residents write their individual letters.
If they were here, or they're here next time.
If they were here, yes.
But the board does thank you for your comment, and we appreciate you representing those concerns.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure why, I have a question of, if they were required, we were told before that they were required to post their intention to petition for zoning. Is that still not true?
So I think there's, just to answer your question briefly, I think there's three different scenarios. One, back in 2019, it sounds as though they were petitioning, or the property owner, whoever it was, there was a petition for either zoning relief or a text amendment, and that would have required posting of the property at that time. The way it seems that the initial use for this property was granted was just through the application, and there was, at the time, perhaps no relief was required. And so there wouldn't have been the requirement to post at that time if it was considered a permitted use. But there should have been, and I believe there was, I'm looking to the zoning officer, there was posters posted for this hearing. And that's, I'm assuming you saw those, and maybe one of the
For
reasons you're here
January,
tonight.
but we have been prepared to come
Yes.
since November. We didn't see any posting for November.
November was they were removed
And
from
it
the
was
agenda
rescheduled.
before the posting was required to go up, so.
Okay, okay. Well, we're asking that you all consider the 100 seniors who live there. We lived there, we moved there because it was a quiet area. It was a peaceful area. And we were assured that the police, and they have done what they said they would do. They reassured us when we moved there that they would frequently patrol, and they do. Oftentimes, they come sometimes and actually sit outside of this building right next to us because there has been so many problems with that property. So we're asking that you consider us in your decision to give them, first of all, they have been operating since the spring of the year.
Yes.
The summer was horrific. It was like New York City, never sleep during the night. Day and night was just as busy.
Thank
So
you.
we're asking you to consider us when you
Thank-
make your decision. Thank you for your
Thank you very
attention.
much for your comments.
I'm sorry, do you have any other
Ma'am,
questions
do you have anything additional to add that? Okay,
I'm sorry, I need your name, and I don't know.
sorry, Bridget.
My name is Verna Bowen, and I'm a resident.
Can you spell your last name for me?
B like in boy, O-W-E-N like in Nancy. And so my question really is very briefly, I understand that we won't get an opportunity to speak. If I cannot come next time, would it be okay with my letter be accepted as if I were here because I'm here tonight? For those who are here tonight, will they be able to submit letters even if they can't come back the next time? That's the question.
Making this very complicated for us.
Can we write out our names tonight, those that are here, and we send it back with the letters?
They just stand up on the big.
All right, here's what we'll do, and I apologize, Bridget. We're just gonna get names. Is that okay? Okay, so we're just gonna get names of who was here. If you were here, you cannot make it to the next hearing, you are free to submit a letter. We would just ask that you send it to the zoning officer, who will then transmit it to the board. So we have Verna Bowen, B-O-W-E-N. Is there anybody else who would like to put their name on the record so they can submit a letter?
Do all of y'all want to submit a letter if you can't, in case you can't come back the next time?
Okay.
Cynthia?
Cynthia, C-Y-N-T-H-I-A, and your last name? A-V-A-N-T. Cynthia Avant. We have you. Anybody else, ma'am? Angelina? Can you spell that for us? C-I-B-O-T-T-I? Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Understood. Ma'am, you can submit a letter, okay? Ma'am, you can submit a letter, got it. Anybody else who'd like to put their name on the record to submit a letter? All right, thank you for providing your name. Everybody else, we will provide notice of the scheduling of the continued hearing. I think we can adjourn if you want to do it formally or
Yes,
not.
I will make a motion to adjourn this hearing. All those in favor? Aye.